Welcome, welcome, welcome to the shit show. Shit show is started now. I don't know if y'all got here yet. I know y'all ain't got here yet. So we just gonna shoot the shit. You can come on up. Fuck it. We ain't here yet. We ain't got shit to hide. We gonna play some more Jews shit. Not today. We ain't gonna play no Jew shit today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Um, we up in here until 9 o'clock when this goddamn what do you call it? Debate start. I gotta find that debate link too. Jesus Christ. What was it on NBC? Oh, let me find that right now. Put it up here. Let me find that right now before we get started. Debate link. Let's see. No, that's not it. What is it? NBC? You know what? I'm gonna do it. Let's find it on Rumble. Let's find it on Rumble. I think it's NBC, if I'm not mistaken. Damn, I can't spell today. As we funnel in, if you decide to come here, we'll wait till it gets closer. NBC only got 65 followers. Ain't that about a bit? Or is it CNBC? I don't know what it is. Let's look. No, that's predictions. Republican politics. There we go. Damn. All right. Damn, these motherfuckers is raunchy. You call her Kamala. Kamala. Yo, these people is crazy. All right. Well, we got it. Yep, there it is. Right there. All right. Who's in? Oh, damn, y'all. 80 y'all in here already. What up, Ron? What up, cousin Lawrence? What up, John the Baptist? $75 to drop the host for the show for 30 minutes. Go ahead, do it. Send it. Send it on through. We sure enough gonna drop goddamn JFC ally. If any one of y'all want to join up and talk shit with us for a little bit, we gonna talk some shit before the debate starts. There is the link. Please come up here and join the panel. We're gonna get started with shit that's been flying across my algorithm, whether it's on X. I really don't go on TikTok that much no more because it's a cesspool of bullshit. But whether it's on X, whether it's on YouTube, or whether it's on what is it, ground news, this shit with these Haitians and these Venezuelan gang Tren de Agua taking over shit is going absolutely ape shit right now between the major cities. I wonder why they throwing these motherfuckers in these major cities. I think it's because they want you niggas to be scared of these Venezuelans and these goddamn Haitians. Now, I won't lie. This Haitian shit is pretty funny because they wasn't caring about none of these Venezuelans. They wasn't talking bad about them. But these Haitians, boy, they on some other shit. These motherfuckers on demon time. Who is they? The leftist motherfuckers. The leftist motherfuckers, right? Let me get you some, because I know you had a show about these Haitians, but these Chicago motherfuckers is you know we're gonna talk about it. Let's listen to this nigga from Chicago real quick. Let's listen to this nigga from Chicago.
Neglecting us and giving to them.
Uh-huh.
People that they don't know who they are.
Yeah.
I asked them, is there any type of vetting process for them to come over here from Texas to Chicago? They told me no.
No shit.
When I said this to Alderman Vasquez, he lied to my face.
First off, you talking to Vasquez. What is his name? His name is Vasquez. How the fuck he gonna tell you something? They want you black and brown to be together as one. Yeah. No, they done, what do they call that? Leapfrog job. Ain't that the game that you do where the kids jump over one each other? That's what happened. They want to make y'all niggas want to continue to make sure it's a fight for the bottom. Don't be mad that the other people getting the incentives. They getting all the glorification of being a debaucherous person. Not, you step up right now. Don't get mad that they getting what y'all supposed to be getting. They unburdened by what has been segregation tactics. You know what? I don't mind segregation. I told y'all, I don't mind segregation. That shit don't bother me. As long as you segregate motherfuckers as far as what they are. Americans, you can segregate the blacks to be blacks, the whites to be whites, Mexicans to Mexicans. Segregate that way. Oh shit, I didn't know that was on. I segregate them that way. But they talking to Vasquez. What do you expect? Y'all voted for this shit. If you voted for this, listen, if you didn't vote, I'm sorry. Remember y'all said, my vote don't count. Why the fuck do I need to vote? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Don't cry.
And he told me that they are being vetted. When I asked them, they said they're not being vetted.
No, they ain't.
Said no names have been taken. They just got put on a bus and shipped over here. That's why there's gangs over here now. This is why there's gangs roaming the streets. I asked them, is there any type of regulation? Is there any type of police oversight or curfew? They told me no. This is why they're able to do whatever they want to do.
What's going on, La Kingdom Money?
Vandalize, break into cars, run people over with cars that they steal from people, children. These people come from countries that traffic in drugs and children that our government is subsidizing while they're telling us that we need to be sympathetic to them.
Absolutely.
They're putting in our community, the black communities.
He black.
We have to take the blunt of all of this.
Sir, I am so glad to be here for a real show. Oh, thank you.
And we're getting told that we're the bad guys if we have any complaint for it.
I'm glad we're doing a real show today,
sir. That they were going to do something for the South Side and the West Side, and every single time they say, "Well, it's not in the budget right now."
You're a piece of shit traitor.
Votes, it's a process.
He black.
It's this, is that. Yet illegal immigrants come over in millions of dollars out of.
I hope that dog lick you in your face.
Gets to go to them. Criminal or non-criminal, it doesn't matter. They still get to go to them. Adults my age. These are not old men and old ladies with little babies. Not most of them, no.
These black.
Are adults my age that our government,
what up, cousin Lawrence?
The citizens of the veterans sleeping on the streets.
Oh no, sir. Sir, don't you put veterans in your nigger lips, sir.
Why, sir?
Why you gonna don't try to throw us into y'all victimhood status? We on the streets because we want to be on the streets.
He black. No, sir. No, sir.
Shit me.
No,
if a veteran's on the streets, he's there because he wants to be.
Would you say the majority of the armed forces are liberal or conservative?
Liberal.
What is with these organizations that
promote? Liberal.
It is weird as fuck to me. I don't understand it, man. I don't understand it.
If you was to ask me, even then, I would say most motherfuckers are just like the average motherfucker in the country. I don't vote. My vote don't matter. What they gonna do? What they want to do? Exactly. They gonna do what they want to do. They gonna put them motherfuckers where they want you. They gonna make sure y'all fight for the bottom and stay at the bottom.
I don't get it, dog. I truly don't get it.
I don't understand it either. But hey, if they want to fight for the bottom, I'm telling you, I think I want my wife and me. We're gonna be untrackable.
That's why I'm going to the DR.
Be close to untrackable. Unless we want to be tracked. You know what I'm saying? Because this shit is, I think the best way to be on a boat wherever you want to go.
That's why I'm going to the DR. Come and find me.
Yeah, man, this shit crazy.
Who gonna check me, boo?
Yeah, that's where I'm gonna be like, y'all can't check me. I'm on my boat, bitch. Fuck y'all. This shit crazy. All this overhead I'm paying for what? Just so they can get the money that I paid to some motherfucker that don't belong here? Nah, dog. You can have that shit. You can have that shit. That shit bullshit. But then look at this Afro elite. You keep crying, nigga. Cry me a
These
river.
people are preying on the elderly in our community. We've
Now
seen
you
that
care
time
about
and
the
time
elderly.
again. All of that's been documented. They're preying on the children, not just in Chicago, in New York, in Colorado. The government has neglected us, and we have the list of everybody who has approved of it, everybody who has voted for it, everybody who lies to our face. We're tracking everything in your seats.
Lies to you. Wait up. Lied to you? No. They didn't lie to you, sir. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to show you how they didn't lie to you. Matter of fact, let me find this video. Let me see which one it is. Matter of fact, what is this? Let me see if this is it. Okay, yeah, we can go with this one. This is a quick hitter right here. Too. Here we go. Let's listen to this. They lied to us type shit.
That is why also, starting with our administration, we gave TPS, temporary protected status, to Haitian migrants, 55,000. And then more recently, we extended temporary protected status to over 100,000 Haitian migrants for that very reason, that they need support, they need protection. That is.
Did they lie?
No.
There were no lies there told. Hold on. Let me find this other fucking video that I got that we got of motherfucking liars lying to your faces. Matter of fact, let's get with this ugly bitch right here. Let's you know what? Let me find out y'all saying these motherfuckers is lying to y'all. Let's go with this one right here.
Well, let me just say this, that Haitians have been the victims of, not only our country, but Canada and France for years, historically. They're Black, they're poor. It's the poorest country in the hemisphere. They have been exploited, and it continues all the time. They are not, it does not appear that they're seen in the same way that they see others.
Why don't you let them live with you, bitch?
The victims, because they were the first country to fight off, the repression of France. And of course,
I thought you said repression. I wasn't going crazy.
Yes, I think they're treated differently because
when you said that to me earlier, I was like, did she say repression for real?
And because traditionally they have not been treated as human beings.
That's a fact.
That's on them. Once again, no, I keep on saying this. You told me this. If you won the war, ain't no fucking complaining. You ain't supposed to pay them back. You supposed to say, guess what? We ain't giving you a dime. You gonna kill everybody. Kill everybody. I'll fight for another 100 years. That's on them. If they were dumb enough to win the war and still pay, they ain't win shit.
No, hell no, they ain't win shit.
That was on y'all.
Hey, it's on them.
Dumbass monkey.
King of Body, you ain't okay. Hold on, let me. King of Body, you ain't shit. But I think you. Hold on, let me bring it up because we gotta listen. Since we ain't supported by goddamn what is that YouTube no more. King of Mind with the $15 says, or I'm burdened by the realness of tonight's show. Absolutely. Where my goddamn shit? I don't even know where it's at. God dog. Here we go. Hold on.
Ball biting, sir.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Kingdom Minded, for the $15 cash.
I'm only here, sir.
I'm glad you support the show. Fuck LA. Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. You're a hater, nigga. Thank you, good Kingdom Minded. Anywho, let's get back to the haters of, the people that were lied to the whole time. That they were lied to.
She black.
We all black, ain't we?
No, sir.
No, sir. We ain't all black.
No,
Let's
sir.
listen to this shit.
So in 2019, and what K-File found, she said she would cut funding to ICE, writing, quote, "Our immigrant detention system is out of control, and I believe we must end the unfair incarceration of thousands of individuals, families."
Yeah, men promoting on this?
first
reporting on this?
President Trump was
Was
elected
that?
to advocate for a
What's that?
CNN reporting on this?
Yeah. They act like this didn't happen until now. This is crazy. This shit was in 2019. And matter of fact, every last city followed ship of motherfucking California and Seattle and Oregon. All these places did the same exact thing in 2017, 2018, 2019 with this, I want to defund these people. I want to defund. This
decrease in
these
funding.
motherfuckers didn't
to
lie to
ICE.
you.
Well, now, of
You
course, she's
chose
touting the
this shit.
Biden administration's executive order to crack down on the border. K-File's Andrew Kaczynski joins me now. Andrew, that's pretty incredible on its own when you're talking about what you found here on ICE. What else did you find?
Yeah, and this was a questionnaire that she filled out for the ACLU. And
Yeah,
this questionnaire is really an interesting snapshot in time of that 2019 Democratic primary. Kamala Harris was trying to get to the left of Bernie Sanders. She was trying to get to the left of Elizabeth Warren. And you really see that in a lot of these answers. And I want to walk our viewers through a little bit of what she said. Let's just take immigration.
They calling her out. I would
said,
not believe it.
She made this open-ended pledge to end immigrant detention. She said she supported taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries for detained migrants. She also said,
do you see that? Taxpayer-funded gender care and transition surgeries for detained migrants. Slash immigrant detention by 50%. Close all family/private facilities of detention immigrants. That's crazy.
We need
And
to open one of
increase
them up.
funding for ICE.
How much they cost? We us open one of them up.
I don't know, but goddamn it, shit. This shit is crazy. But they act like this. They lied to their face. They didn't lie to your face. This is what they said they wanted to do. Y'all niggas just didn't care. You didn't care. Now you're crying and bitching because your vote don't count. At least that's what y'all motherfuckers say. So why vote?
she supported,
Taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries for detained migrants. She
migrants.
actually said she supported that.
She both wrote and answered in the affirmative when she was asked this.
Oh.
And she said she also supported it for federal prisoners. Now, she also pledged to slash immigration detention by 50%, close all family and private facilities, and decrease funding for ICE, and then the end ICE detainers with local law enforcement.
I mean, these are things that, you know, it would be hard to think that you would come up with taxpayer funding gender transitions for detained migrants, and yet this, as you say, written and verbally.
Stop acting like this shit is new. This shit is not new. Why report on it now? You should have reported on that shit then. This shit is insane.
But why are they turning against the bitch?
Because I don't know why. This is a weird move for CNN because they're trying to play kind of the center role, like they should have been doing it from the get-go. But they only do it in spurts, to be honest with you.
They do it against a black female, sir. What they trying to say? They don't trust a black female to be president?
I don't know. But let me show you something. This is these jigaboos. Guess where they from? Guess where they from?
Haiti.
No. These from Chicago. We're gonna go back to Chicago because they lied to your face.
Blacks who defy city.
About black people hating on immigrants. Black people ain't got no reason to hate on no immigrants.
Oh no, but
you see that? That was these posters were supposed to be hung by, I think it was that Vasquez person and another black dude that is in office. Oh, Bob Vavakin, yeah, that motherfucker.
Y'all are near some.
He said the immigrants hating on us.
Get them signs down. Anytime that Ordinary Lawson and Silverstein and what's that other?
Cesar
Can sit up
Lopez.
here and talk
Lopez.
about how they should get a hate crime bill because swastikas was in Ziploc bags in that
Swastikas.
They hung this in our community. We want it off the polls. We want that to be the beginning of a hate crime.
Yeah.
And that organization, which is a white liberal organization, like in the words of Malcolm X, what? That the white liberal is the worst enemy to the black man. Yes.
Oh no, you didn't. No, you didn't, Tom.
Yes, sir.
No, you didn't, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, you didn't.
Yes, sir.
All you're doing is
Yeah.
Sir, you ain't.
black people
Sir, you ain't
Find a
shit.
reason to make some
Yes,
money.
sir.
Let me tell y'all
You ain't
something over
shit,
there.
sir. You proud of yourself?
Absolutely. I'm glad these niggas just crying to be at the bottom.
Y'all gonna abuse us. They
Yes,
think the abuse
Lord.
is like America.
You proud of yourself, son?
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Hallelujah. Yeah.
You leave the Democratic Party.
Uh-huh.
Just like RFK Jr.
Yeah, don't cry now.
You proud of yourself,
Don't
sir?
cry. Why wouldn't I be? Why wouldn't I be? These people, aka these niggas on the left, are progressive because that's what she is. She's a progressive. Don't act like she's not. She's a progressive black woman.
You proud of yourself, sir?
Absolutely. I just want to show y'all
Going against the black community.
that these niggas
Your mama black, sir. You don't feel
want to
bad for that?
fight for the bottom like the bottom is falling out.
Sir, your mama black, sir.
That's a fact, and she one of them niggas too.
No,
What
your
do you
mama
think?
ain't. She ain't part of the
Shit.
JFC.
Nah, your mama ain't part of JFC neither. Then nigga, stop it.
Shit, she one of them old JFC members.
Mine is too. My mama just don't think she don't. I don't vote because they did that. Shut up, man. If y'all don't shut that old shit up, no one care. I was picking cotton. I know you was picking cotton, and you was a sharecropper and all this extra shit. I don't care. I don't care. Because you did it as a job. They paid you to do the job. You wasn't forced because you were just black. Stop it. Your mama and your family members had you out there picking cotton. I don't know, because the cotton gin was made back then, so I don't know why you're still picking cotton with your hand.
Yeah, that is a little weird, right? Something don't sound right. I wonder how many white sharecroppers there were.
There was a lot.
Nobody ever talk about that.
Because it gets overshadowed by the niggas. Yeah, it's getting overshadowed. There was a lot of motherfucking Indian sharecroppers too. Absolutely. But they don't get talked about because it gets overshadowed by the niggas who want to fight for the bottom. But let's continue listening to these Chicago elite crybabies.
Just do like that Tulsa lady. You better get up out the Democratic Party.
Tulsa lady.
Save yourself.
Tulsa.
Save your families. Save your
Who the Tulsa
dignity.
lady?
Save your
Tulsi
jobs.
Gabbard.
And save your seat. Look at these. Look at them. We ain't taking this no more. We ain't taking no more from a bunch of people who have spoken to the country and now have completely broke the city, have completely broke the country, have completely disgraced the United States of America.
Oh, look at them.
America is a disgrace. And
You see the Moors? You see the Moors? These motherfuckers weak. These motherfuckers is weak, dog.
Now you a Moor, sir.
Who a Moor? I ain't no goddamn Moor. Don't put that bullshit on me. But I think it's funny how this Moor got this beautiful black woman fighting for the bottom.
What is the solution? You give us a fake, black, cackling hand of a candidate.
Hey.
With a vice president that talks about he wants to put tampons in the boys' bathroom. The number one function of a president is to be the commander-in-chief. You tell me anything about a Kamala Harris that looks like she can protect this country after y'all just sat up here and let it get overridden with a bunch of immigrants.
Yes, Lord.
Put America
you proud of yourself, sir?
Yes, Lord.
And you telling me a tampon man that ran from duty don't even know what his rule was. Kamala Harris, who don't know what race she is, gonna protect this country? The devil is a lie.
Yes, Lord.
Yeah, I know that.
I know that. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. They out here preaching to us, Lord Jesus. Yes, sir.
Sir, you ain't shit.
But hold on, there's more. Listen. It's more. It's more because these Chicagoans is hating on these. I don't know why you black people want to hate on these immigrants. I don't know why. But this one I think this. Yeah, Yeah.
Today, the Gomez family officially welcomed friends to their new home in North Austin. Gabriel Gomez tells us it's his dream. This is what he wanted for his children.
Yes,
It
Lord,
is the first home for this family of
That's
four.
Austin?
This is the first time
This is-
they have
this is-
lived in
this is
anything
Chicago,
bigger
sir.
than one bedroom for 8 years.
Boy.
Eyuvele
You still can't
Surengal
speak English.
says
That's crazy.
they are very happy, and this is an important step for their family. Originally from Venezuela, they
Uh-oh.
worked in food service as an auto mechanic, delivering food, factory work. When they first arrived in Chicago in 2022 as new arrivals, they landed at Great.
In 2 years.
Well, once again, I blame that on black folks because at least they work.
What? Wait a minute. These motherfuckers was gifted a house.
Hey, man. They worked. They was delivering food and everything else.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they was gifted a house. Hold on, let
Peace
them
and
tell
Peace Church. This home is the first of 4 distressed West Side homes the church bought, rehabbed, and sold.
The
We met them at the bus and they were so distressed and worked through a whole process with them. And now they're stabilizing their own home. It's awesome.
With all of their savings, programs to assist first-time home buyers, and an individual taxpayer identification number, the Gomez family made their dreams come true.
Absolutely.
Rengel says, really now is the American dream.
Grace and Peace Church plans to sell their other rehabbed homes to other first-time homebuyers, homebuyers of color on the West Side.
Of color.
Improve the lives of their families
Of color.
communities.
Yes, sir.
I love that.
Look
Of
at
color.
that. Look at the migrants coming here and do better than you niggas. It only took them 2 years to buy a house. Some of you niggas ain't owned a house since you never owned a house. It's crazy. Woo! They sure know how to take care of their own, but am I frozen? Oh Lord, my computer just took a shit.
Look at God.
Oh, I'm frozen like a motherfucker. My whole mouse ain't moving. Oh, come on, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
God needs you about to talk that bullshit.
That's a fact. Look, that's the devil working right there. This is the devil's work.
Look at God.
Okay, there we go. Ooh, we back. Kind of, sort of. There we go. That was the devil's work right there. Yeah, I just want to let y'all know. Y'all need to start getting with these migrants and teach y'all how to do it. They owning houses right now, son. They doing what they need to do. While y'all niggas still crying about being at the bottom, these niggas is getting a foot up. Yeah, keep crying. These immigrants gonna leapfrog y'all ass. That's what they do. What you do, migrants. I don't even care about it no more. As long as y'all don't come to Florida fucking with me, we all right. Fuck y'all. Y'all what is this one? Let's listen to this one. Let's listen to this one. This is crazy too.
Breaking news. The Justice Department says a planned terror attack in New York City has been thwarted. The suspect allegedly wanted to target Jewish people on October 7th, 1 year after the attack.
You heard that?
Sir, no, I'm ignoring it.
In Israel. The suspect was quoted by the FBI as saying, if we succeed with our plan, this would be the largest attack on U.S. soil since 9/11. CBS's Nancy Cordes is at the White House with new reporting.
Boy, you just don't learn. You just don't learn.
What the suspect was planning.
It really is, Nora. And it took the FBI working with Canadian law enforcement to identify and apprehend this suspect, who is now accused of plotting to carry out a mass shooting at a Jewish center in Brooklyn, which authorities say he wanted to do just over a month from today.
You see that? That's God working for the Jews right there. Letting y'all know, I love the Jews. I love them so much that I'm so glad that they got these motherfuckers, or this motherfucker, from stopping with his plan. Thank the FBI, CIA, and the rest of Brooklyn, because if it wasn't for these people, these motherfuckers, Brooklyn, I already know they're in Florida. They ain't fucking with me, though. they fucking with my wife because every time she go to Walmart, there's a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Yeah. But yeah, they stopped the plot to kill a whole bunch of Jews. Look at God working for the Jews.
The suspect name is.
They are God's chosen people. If y'all ain't know, the Jews is God's chosen people. y'all ain't got God's hand like that. See, God let these goddamn Islamabads run into the Twin Towers on y'all niggas. You know what I'm saying? He didn't care about Americans. He loved the Jews. He forwarded that attack that was gonna happen on October 7th. Boy, y'all better learn that Jews are God's chosen people.
Mohammed Shahzeb Khan. He is a 20-year-old Pakistani citizen who lived in Canada. He allegedly began posting on social media in support of ISIS last November and eventually, without his knowledge, began communicating with 2 undercover law enforcement officers. That's what led them to him. According to Attorney General Merrick Garland, the defendant is alleged to have planned a terrorist attack in New York City around October 7th of this year with the stated goal of slaughtering, in the name of ISIS, as many Jews as possible. October 7th, of course, will mark 1 year since the brutal surprise attack by Hamas on Israeli citizens that left nearly 1,200 people dead. Now, Khan was apprehended just a couple of days ago in Quebec. It's believed he was headed towards the U.S. border. A resident in the area said she saw police officers outside her home put a man in handcuffs on her front lawn.
They said that it was confidential and they couldn't tell me what was going on. I just saw,
white woman always nosy.
Hey, do you think she hiding the motherfucker? You know, it's weed legal there. They can get high as fuck. She look high in the bed.
SWAT team vans and the army and the guys all in camouflage with the M16s.
This suspect allegedly told the undercover officers that he chose New York City because it has, quote, the largest Jewish population in America and quote, could easily rack up a lot of Jews. He is charged with 1 count of attempting to provide support to terrorists. Nora?
Good work by the FBI and law enforcement.
Good work by the FBI who foiled the plot of this Jew hater. I love the Jews. I love them. But let's go back to Chicago where these jigaboos still crying.
I have on an Austin hoodie because I am a 3rd generation resident of the Austin community. We've owned our building maternally for 52 years. We've owned our building paternally for 52 years. So I have 104 years of ownership in this city, paying property taxes on time.
Keep paying them taxes, man. Keep paying them, baby.
Are y'all lying to us? Because, see, we know that the budget stated that you guys spent $400 million on the migrants who are illegal immigrants last year.
400 mil. These motherfuckers weak in the motherfucker, dog.
The city is currently in a $235 million deficit, which means that you guys overspent the budget to pay for people who have not paid any taxes, who have not stood on the corners to take the bus.
Keep crying to be at the bottom, baby. These motherfuckers weak. Yes.
You ain't got no shame, sir.
Yeah, keep crying for that bottom tier, baby.
To the Chicago Public Schools who have not done anything. It is very disrespectful. It is extremely disrespectful that parents like myself have to go out and drive 3 expressways every morning to take our children to school because you guys can't get the busing situation together. But you have all the time, all the energy, all the solutions to do things for immigrants. My friends, not only is that Negro-phobic, but it is xenophobic against the American people. We are not being treated fairly.
Wow, did she say not? She said Negro-phobic. Ain't no one scared of you niggas.
You know the funny part? They still gonna vote Democrat. They still gonna, like, all this is for null and void. You still gonna vote Democrat. So
that's why I said they fighting to be at that bottomless pit at the bottom. Because they just leapfrogging over. They just showed y'all that these motherfuckers can come in, work for 2 years.
They still gonna fucking vote for these niggas, so why care?
2 years and they owning houses. And these niggas ain't owning shit but some motherfucking Jordans, nigga. And some goddamn Louis bags they done stole out of the Gucci store.
Trump should have 92% of the vote, but he won't because you
Ain't no
jigaboos are
fucking
retarded.
way. Stop it. These niggas is vote for these stupid ass motherfuckers that keep taking their money, keep making these, keep upping the taxes to pay for these immigrants. And you know what? I can't wait for motherfucking Cam to beat Trump ass so I can continue to laugh at you niggas, bro. This is some funny shit right here.
In our city, and you guys are using our property taxes to affect us negatively. We are asking right now to put a moratorium on the stationary city ordinance. It is drowning the taxpayer.
No, it's
It is
not.
forcing everybody's
No, it's not.
rent to go up. It's forcing everybody's mortgages to go up because the property taxes are going up. There is no stoppage for the illegals who are coming up here because you guys have already magnetized our city for illegal immigration by showing the world how we treat people who come to our city.
Yes,
And we don't have any more money for that. We don't have any money. What I want you guys to do is figure out how to balance the budget before you talk about anybody that does not have a social security number. Before you talk about anybody who has not done the work of Americans.
Shut your nigger lips. Now, you know, little Guatemala, whatever that nigga name is going to be, Guala is way more important than you niggas. Now, you know, they going to vote for us because that's what we do. You niggas, we ain't got to worry about y'all. Y'all going to still just yammer, fight to be at the bottom and still vote the same way and get the same results that you keep doing. Y'all niggas is always going to be stupid. It's okay. Because God loves all of you. You know, Jesus is watching out for y'all while he take care of the Jews from getting killed. He don't even care about y'all because guess what? God already know y'all gonna kill each other. It don't matter. Don't matter to God. Y'all are not his chosen people. I don't know why y'all think y'all his chosen people. Y'all got anger issues. These kids got anger issues. Did you hear my message I put in the back earlier today?
Yes,
some of these kids make you want to punch them in the throat.
Not me.
Mad for no reason, dog.
I thank them. And the mixed ones is more unstable than the rest.
That's a fucking fact. That is a fucking fact. But y'all keep fighting to beat the bottom. Go ahead and complain some more.
They don't deserve anything. We owe them nothing. And every time you guys have conversations about immigrants, what you guys are saying, not you American Negro, because the American Negro is not an immigrant. At all. So
absolutely, you're not an immigrant, so why should we fucking care?
And guess what? Why would you continue to vote for these people? Like I said, you talking to the same people you're gonna hit that ballot box for next month. This is retarded. You literally have you literally got a choice to get them the fuck up out of there, but you won't because y'all dumb.
No, sir. They need the bottom. Give them the what? I wish I had that goddamn thing. The bottom of the bottom.
TLA.
Yeah, these niggas is fighting for the bottom, boy. Matter of fact, these motherfuckers fight for the backwash. These backwash niggas. It's nasty. God.
About them, every time you spend time talking about them, our taxpayer funded time, you guys are pushing us to the back. And that's Negrophobic, and that is disrespectful.
What the hell is a Negrophobic?
You all can get together and have a meeting.
They scared of Negroes.
Figure out how you can have a meeting to figure out how to balance.
I've never heard that before in my life.
The budget. We do not have the money. Stop giving them our money when our people need it. Not just, I'm not saying black people, the American people. The Chicago taxpayers. We need the money.
You shut your nigger lips. You are not an American. You're a black. And as a black, stay in the back. You leave us Americans alone. We ain't the same. Matter of fact, where my button at?
Get your ass in the back of the bus.
Get your ass in the back of the bus, bitch. We don't like you dumbass niggas. You not American. Go ahead, be with Guatemala and Guadalupe, bitch. We don't care. Y'all black and brown. Get the fuck back. Leave us Americans alone, goddammit. We're over crying on our shoulder, bitch. We don't like you. We don't like you. We don't. Matter of fact, we stay far away from you niggas, man.
That's what we do.
Yeah, man, like the plague, goddammit.
Get your asses to the back.
Don't get them anymore.
Yes.
That's how you do it, people.
Yeah. Shut up. Keep complaining, bitch. God, this is fun. Man, I ain't had this much fun talking about these niggas. Oh. Now we're gonna get on these Haitian niggas. Oh Lord Jesus. Oh, now the niggas in Ohio was crying. Oh Lord. They eating our cats.
Yeah, I said OG that. OG didn't want to do the story. He was scared of the Haitians, I guess.
Are you scared of these fake niggas?
The crisis has fueled fears of another Haitian migrant exodus in the U.S. and here in the Dominican Republic. The DER has built a 12-foot tall.
This is how you do it. These Dominicans is showing you how you do it. Border walls work.
Border wall to protect them from gangs and crime. They call it a smart security fence with drones and cameras, night vision, and watchtowers. Yesterday, we drove in dune buggies along the border with Haiti's.
I tried to tell you, Tom. Did I tell you?
Access front, the Dominican Republic's Border Patrol. Construction of this new border wall began last year. The president of the Dominican Republic says so far about 100 miles of border wall has been completed. The goal is to eventually have a border wall run along the entire border with Haiti. He says it'll change the Dominican Republic forever. The physical wall is already doing its job. From a security standpoint, it is helping us a lot. Meantime, the DR is also doing their deportations. In fact, every day, truckloads of illegal Haitians are dropped off at the border. They've received international criticism for this, but the government here says it is necessary for law and order.
That's a fact, sir. And you wonder why I'm moving there. And I'm a Black American, sir. They love me. They love me.
Whoa, wait a minute. You don't put Black and American together, sir. What are we doing here?
No,
You might. Your ass back there with them complaining bitches.
No, sir. I will not, but thank you. Yeah, they love me over there. They love my American dollar.
John the Baptist already put the here, motherfucker. This nigga get on my nerve. Anyhow, let me go ahead and stop this. All right, I'm gonna show you how these blacks is going. Get these niggas.
It's excellent that we could go out and buy fresh food. Julie Cifuentes is a mother of 3. She arrived 9 months ago and has been staying at the Anchor Hotel in Queens, where she says the food is not fresh and many times she ends up buying food outside. The city is expanding a program providing migrant families with debit cards to buy food and baby essentials. About 3 months ago, the Adams administration started testing out the program with group of families with children staying at city-run shelters. It started at 3 hotels. About 3,000 people received the cards. Now 7,300 prepaid cards will be distributed. The program enables.
You remember that shit?
Yes, sir. God bless you.
You niggas will never learn. But y'all love Mayor Adams, right? Yeah.
Well, they about to get him up out of there, sir. His whole administration.
No, they love that nigga. Stop it. Don't let them niggas.
No, sir. The FBI getting his ass.
Look at this shit. Let me show you. This is more nigga blacks complaining about to get. Look, we in Ohio right now.
You think the town's taking care of their local residents that were here first and foremost?
Oh no, hell no. I've been trying to get just a simple Medicaid card since June. They took me off of, I'm a vet. They took me off of the disability and made me start paying for my own disability. They so backed up in there. They didn't ask me for the same information 3 times, and I done gave it to them 3 times, and they still sending me the same letters. So it's frustrating.
What's the wait time?
For back line, probably pushing 2 hours.
Is there a separation between French speakers, English speakers?
It's all one. They just have interpreters that hop between the windows as they come up.
Got it.
So
makes sense.
Yeah. We try to be split line.
Look at the Haitians getting that good money, sir. You know my mama Haitian.
Split is between new.
I'm about to get some. No, she's not. I'm about to get some of that Haitian money.
I don't know too much about all.
Observationally, what have you seen?
Can Haitians be part of JFC?
Yeah, it seems like
100%, sir.
until we get later in the afternoon.
Let me tell you, American Haitians don't want them over here.
Recently,
Sir, we don't care. We sending everyone back. See, I'm running for office come 2020. What is this? 2024. I'm gonna go 2026. I'm running for office, local office here in Florida, and I'm gonna tell people the truth. You dumb niggers will always be below immigrants. Stop crying and complaining, pussies. Just get along to get along. That's what's gonna happen, y'all.
Tom, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I'm probably listening on delay, but when I was listening, you was going in on them black women when they was at some kind of board meeting. Sound like look like some kind of board meeting. No,
Yeah, they was
you
crying and
going in.
complaining. Yeah.
Tom don't believe that. He don't believe that, John Baptist. He a part of JFC. He just fronting.
Yeah. But you was going hard on them, and they was really just fighting, man. They were just fighting to get a leg up. They get a leg up. To get a leg up.
Fighting for the bottom. They backwash bitches. That's what I'm gonna call. Oh, that's a good one. Backwash bitches. That's what they is. They cry. I need we's pay. Y'all motherfuckers wanted that shit. So you getting what you wanted.
But the sisters was fighting though, man. They was
I
fighting
don't give
hard.
a damn. And so
But the problem though is now I was watching from the back. I really couldn't see. Now that Venezuelan couple, they got a house.
They got a house.
Was there a man in the picture somewhere?
It was a father there. And he was working hard. He was a mechanic for 2 years. I got him a house, bitch. He got a house in 2 years. Y'all niggas is shit, dog.
So the Venezuelan man come over here and work hard, and some organization gives him a house
for 2 years. That's how hard that nigga was. That nigga working hard.
Okay.
Niggas don't work.
He was going to church, and the church said, "I see you, brown man. I think you need a house." Yeah, that's what they did. The church bought the house to fix the house up and sold it.
But now, when a hardworking sister fighting for her family, she can't get the same kind of help though, huh?
Guess what happens? No one cares.
No one cares. Gotcha. That sounds right.
9-1 ratio.
They fighting for them back.
So basically, what this James Brown was right. This is a man's world.
This is a backwash bitch world when they want to pursue what they want. They rather pursue these $150 in child support or goddamn $270. Well, shit, we can go up on that $700 in child support instead of being a family person and getting your shit together and working together to get these houses and shit. And
I got you.
But they fighting for the bottom. I mean,
they fighting for the bottom.
Bitches.
I can't argue with you. They fighting for the bottom. That's what they doing.
Yeah, let them fight for that shit.
The bottom of the bottle.
The bottom of the bottle.
Disabilities and stuff. I gave them all that.
Look at this nigga. I gave him all that.
He gonna still vote for the JFC.
I'm a veteran.
Just came in here.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel some type of way?
Thank you for your service, nigga.
Being a vet, I say that America, we once had the slogan, the melting pot, give us your hungry, your poor. This is a place
only dumb niggas believe that stupid shit.
Make it, man. It's not that I have anything against anyone. This America.
That's the problem.
That's
the problem.
Your motherfucking problem. I don't like you motherfuckers. Go the fuck home. Make your country the best it can be. But no, y'all motherfuckers, I don't have nothing against nobody. I think we all can live here together and that's why you is complaining right now, nigga. Fighting for the bottom.
But I'm saying that the things that the hoops they make us jump through can have you turn on each other in a sense or say negative things.
Yeah, I'm gonna say negative things.
Negative to say, say about anybody Haitian. You know what I mean?
Do you think the town's taking care of their local residents that were here first and foremost?
Oh no, hell no.
Hell no.
No, it ain't gonna happen.
Then why can't you say, bitch, go home? What's the problem with Haiti? I guarantee if you let me go over there and kill everybody over there and start from scratch.
Oh my God.
Let me let all the motherfuckers go that don't want to be a part of this motherfucking come up. We can get this shit cracking. But no. Y'all want y'all white zaddy to come over there and fuck your country up. And then y'all want to bite your hand that feeds you. And that's what, did you see all that trash in the middle of the street? In the sewer? They throw dead bodies in the water. Ah, it's nasty. It's some nasty shit. Oh, we're going to do a tour of Haiti one day. We're going to do a tour.
Don't you want to visit Africa, your home country, motherland?
Wait a minute. Bitch, I'm from Oklahoma. What are we doing here?
No, sir, your ancestors.
No. My ancestors from motherfucker Oklahoma. Me, motherfucker, that's it. I'm the only one born there. I'm the ancestor of my ancestors, okay?
Where your daddy from? Where your daddy and mama from?
My mama is from Chattanooga, Tennessee. My daddy from Chicago, Illinois.
Where your daddy people from? Where your mama people from?
Gotta hurry up and
they
wait.
From Georgia.
Everything is a process.
Where they people from?
The paperwork,
Georgia.
bureaucracy.
Where they people from?
Georgia.
Because a lot of times they have paperwork with them and stuff they won't have in order.
All right, you boring me, sir. Get the fuck off my screen. You crying. You go ahead and cry. Where we gonna go next? You want to see a hard, crybaby ass white woman fight for the bottom? Yeah. Let's watch these white tears of the bottom. This is a bottom white bitch. Look at that.
I was out and about yesterday, driving around Springfield. I was looking at the giant holes in
a bottom B has a different meaning. You know that, right?
Familiar spots bearing new signs in an unfamiliar language. I watched as groups of strangers walked around the city like lost tourists, and it was like a punch in the gut. A terrible sadness came over me, and I began to cry.
She was crying.
I immediately started to think back to when I was little, walking from my grandma's house on South Fountain through downtown and all the way to Snyder Park, going to Wren's to get new school clothes and shoes, the excitement of the mall for lunch at the Blue Fox, or even better,
that bitch is fat as hell.
On High Street, admiring the beauty of those stately homes and their amazing architecture, dropping pennies in the fountain and making wishes. And now all those warm memories are becoming fuel to the fire of anger inside of me. I feel like we have been invaded by some sort of pest. I'm angry that my friends and family are packing up and moving away. I'm angry that foreigners are using up the resources that were set up for the Americans that reside here. I'm angry that another country's flag was being flown in our city. I'm angry when I see our businesses and recreational.
I know I did a video of that. The motherfucker had these goddamn Mexican flag flying over the goddamn U.S. flag. I wanted to go set that whole goddamn crane on fire. That's the most disrespectful shit. Because I was driving. I was driving into work. I was driving into work.
You should have been late that day. You should have been late that day.
I couldn't see what you don't understand is I would have to jump off of a bridge to reach that flag, and it's not gonna happen, sir. So fuck you. That shit was in between the bridge. I can't reach.
You try to tell me your life more important than the American flag.
Absolutely.
Areas littered with garbage left by people that do not know or understand our laws and culture and are making no attempt to learn about them. And let me be clear, this is not about race. This is about people.
Hey, she part of it, LA? She said, let me be clear.
Oh, yeah, sir. She just, fat white woman, definitely part of JFC. What we talking about, sir?
How they fit in? How they fit in LA?
They're associates.
Oh, yeah. Fat white women.
They can't go no higher than associates.
So do fat white women outrank black men?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
100%.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
People being given the privilege of coming here from another country and having no respect for our people, our land, or our life's work. People living their life here the way they did in Haiti, angry, stealing, polluting, living in filth, and acting like animals. These are not civilized people.
She's telling the truth. You tell a white woman, these motherfucking niggas is animals. Yeah. They live in filth, squalor. Get them up out of here. You goddamn crazy.
Opening containers in our grocery stores, helping themselves to what's inside and throwing the rest onto the shelves and floors. pulling off of the highway to publicly clean
You
and
know
gut
it's
the
about food.
roadkill, lying there in front of anyone that passes by, stealing animals from farmers and leaving their severed heads at the side of an old school where children play, relieving themselves in public, making some barbaric stew out of the birds that live in our park. This is insanity, and it has to stop. What will become of Springfield?
Look at this. This white woman says she's tired of these fucking animals.
That's
Springfield, Illinois. That's what I was just say. Illinois.
Yeah.
Where will we be in 5 years? The thought terrifies me. Will it be some sort of dystopian wasteland with most of our original residents having moved away
Yeah, she
and
looked
those
like
that
she's
cannot
Ohio,
afford to
my
move
bad.
being locked inside their homes, living in fear? This thought is keeping me awake at night. I just want the old Springfield back. I know it was far from perfect, but at least it was still ours. Thank you. I was out.
She said these fucking filthy animals. Yeah. This white woman out here tired of y'all barbaric stews, bitch.
So if she, hold on. So if she part of JFC.
Yeah.
Shouldn't she be fighting with the JFC fighting for though?
No, because this is right now. This is where the JFC is complaining, sir.
Yeah, what you talking about, sir?
JFC is getting tired of the immigrants because they fighting for the bottom. These backwash bitches.
I thought, but okay. So now hold on, LA, help me out there, because I thought the majority of the JFC was for the bottom.
You
huh?
Yeah, you just doing too much, sir.
I'm asking. No, I'm really trying to find out. I thought they was really fight. I thought the majority of the JFC was really for the bottom. They really was for the shenanigans. They want the gay pride stuff. They want
until it start taking away from their money.
Well, you know what? Let's go back to Chicago where these bitches is still complaining.
Y'all want to know what thought I be thinking?
What you be thinking, bitch?
It is very disrespectful for these Venezuelans to be walking around waving these motherfucking flags, putting them on the hood of their cars and shit just got them hanging, dangling. Bitch, if Venezuela's so good, take your ass home.
Oh, don't cry now, bitch.
In a bag of chips, go back. Bitch, you are in America. America, the land of the free hoe. Fuck that weak ass flag. Like on some real free my hood nigga, fuck your hood type shit.
Yeah, you get it now, Johnny Baptist?
Who you flexing
Yeah,
to?
I see it.
Who you trying to shoot?
They trying to make patriotic sound cool now.
Yeah, that's kind of new there.
Like you taking some shit over here. That's really what it feel like. It feel like a threat. It feel like a threat.
The JFC
you at the bottom.
bitches.
Like this y'all shit now, bitch.
It is. It is.
No, this was sometimes I be wanting to fuck with Trump a little bit because
you see.
Told you.
I see. My bad, LA. I see it now. I see
it. Yeah. You throw it. See, you gotta understand the JFC. They some twisted bitches. They don't. You gotta understand their logic don't ever make fucking sense. But you know, whatever.
When it worked for them, that's when they use logic. When it worked for them.
You know what? Let's listen to some more. Let's listen to some more bitches complain.
Happened. The illegals have finally landed on my doorstep. If they can land on my doorstep, they're landing on yours next.
No, they ain't.
I live in a small city, 45 minutes from a big city. You know, not too much to do here. Ain't shit around. However, I'm being run out of my apartment by Venezuelan illegals. Never thought that shit would happen down here, but I'm fucking wrong. So a couple of months ago, these illegals moved in downstairs.
Yeah.
There's about 10 of them in a 4-bedroom apartment. Literally, the living room is full of mattresses. So through getting to know them and being a considerate neighbor, they
Just nosy. You being nosy,
here
bitch.
from Venezuela, and that my landlord gets a government check to allow them to be here.
Absolutely.
Now they're making bullshit ass complaints, trying to get me to kick the fuck out and cause a problem between me and my landlord. I've been here 9 fucking years and never had a problem. My landlord bought the house 3 years ago, and we're like this.
Hey, landlord, whoever you are, kick this fat bitch out.
Suddenly,
she stopped
I
sucking
ain't
his dick.
shit anymore.
She stopped sucking his dick.
First complaint. They're complaining that my son walks too heavy through the house.
That's a
That's
fact.
a
Get
fact.
your fat
That
ass on the body.
That's a fact. The motherfuckers walk like dinosaurs. I got 3 mixed motherfuckers that can't pick their goddamn feet up. They absolutely right about this. Motherfucker, pick your feet up, bitch.
Second complaint. They're complaining that my 8-pound dog scratches on the floor when he walks, and they don't like the sound of it.
Absolutely don't.
Third
Fuck them
complaint.
motherfuckers
They're
too.
complaining that I smoke cigarettes in my apartment.
Stop smoking,
because
bitch.
they claim their children in their apartment is going to be affected by my cigarette intake.
Absolutely, you dirty
Fourth
mouth
complaint.
tramp.
They complain that my 84-year-old grandfather stands in the window with his shirt off.
He shouldn't be doing
Fifth
that.
complaint. They're complaining that they can hear me coming in and out of the back entry, so they would prefer I didn't leave the house between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m.
Absolutely.
Sixth complaint. They complain that they can hear me talking on my phone, and they don't like that. Seventh complaint. They complain when my best friend comes over once a month because her 3-year-old daughter is running from
Is she an immigrant? Is she Mexican?
She's fucking 3. Keep in mind, these people
she's
have
not.
a
They
6
are.
and a 5-year-old.
No, I'm talking about she ain't black.
And the 4 other
Sir,
children that
she has
comes
one
with
drop of
their,
nigga in her, and that's just her pigmentation.
She mixed with something. I think she is Hispanic.
Now,
LA.
these people, since they have moved in, have roasted guinea pigs against the fucking house in this big roaster grill they bought, which caused black smoke to come all over my house and my siding.
Well, a lot of things came all over here, but we're gonna leave it right there because it is time. It is show motherfucking time. Let me stop this hoe. We don't want to see her mouth no more.
Look at my black queen.
Yeah,
She black.
She black.
John the Baptist. I'm a oh shit. Announce what we doing on Friday, real quick, sir.
What we doing on Friday?
Nigger. You playing dumb now?
Yes, sir. Hold on. Let me get this shit started.
David Muir and
All right.
Davis.
Oh yeah. Well, let's just fine. I gotta find it.
I'm David
Oh,
Muir.
Hey, I'm about to go outside and get it.
I got mine in the mail.
We want to welcome viewers watching
We
on
got
ABC.
mine in the mail. Little
We will be doing a challenge on Friday. If Uncle Tom want to back out, I understand.
Don't put this shit on me. Oh, pussy.
And I'm Lindsay Davis.
I
Tonight's
got
meeting
my
could be the
hot
most
Cheeto
consequential
chip
event of their
gummy
campaigns with
bear
Election
in the
Day
mail.
now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Don't shake her hand.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are
let
looking
me-
forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
Let's get started. I want to begin. Years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than 3 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams
You're making
of the
all my
American
cops working
people.
overtime.
And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing.
What
know
is
that
it?
We have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young
Lord.
families need support
What is an
to raise
opportunity
their
economy,
children,
sir?
and I intend on
Oh, no.
extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a
about
car
me?
seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion. One of them is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small
Do you
business.
buy a crib
My plan
before or
is to
after
give a
child's born?
$50,000
I'm trying to hear. I
tax
want to hear what she's saying.
deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump
You didn't even
sales
answer the
tax,
question yet.
which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his
amazing.
policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, she
First
didn't
of all,
answer
I
the
have
question.
no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well,
You said
I would love to.
housing.
Let's
How is she going to
talk
stop
about what Donald
things
Trump
like happening in
left
Atlanta
us.
with the 19,000
Donald Trump left us
houses
the
bought by
worst
3 corporations?
unemployment
Now they're
since the
leasing.
Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession.
You mean how much
just
money they
have
got?
to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency,
didn't remove
he ended
them.
up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. When a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi
about tariffs,
for what
bitch.
he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, ! When we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins.
Oh my God.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times.
Just say chop them bitches
why
up.
should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot.
Name
She
one
didn't
time
want
that happened.
Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand,
How
if
can you
Donald
do that?
Trump
The
were to
Supreme
be
Court did it.
reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well,
came
I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high
where the
in
borders
Biden
are.
administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations
Oh my God.
for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this.
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
the people are
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Absolutely.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of
No
that.
one
Vice
cares.
President
We'll find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain.
And no one cares.
Including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney.
No one cares.
And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd
Get them
have no problem
motherfuckers
using
outta
the
here.
U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country.
You don't know, nigga.
And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country.
Paint
Millions
the
of people
fucking
let in,
picture.
and all over the world. Crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentence. And let's be clear where he stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day of the range on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate
She didn't
the
answer that
Constitution
either.
of the United
Neither
States.
one of them answered
That he
the
would
question.
weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies.
Absolutely.
Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris.
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice
see, she
President
didn't
Harris,
answer the
in your
question.
last run for president.
We got to
This is the
continue
one
here.
that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump.
Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her
Oh my
stepfather.
God.
And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective
Why
that is about
have your
lifting people
positions
up
changed?
and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please.
Sure,
Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done.
Damn,
What
dog.
about those people? What are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted?
There you
In
go.
Seattle, they went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th.
Oh, my God.
I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath. If this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say-
sarcastically.
But
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican,
judge looked at it.
and said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said
lie.
we didn't have standing, a
Tell him, kick
technicality.
his ass,
Can you
bro.
imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by whiskers. So he still believes he did not lose the election.
Let me just say it don't
that was
matter
won
now.
by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law,
Absolutely.
which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly
my
he is having
God.
a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States. And world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders.
Yes,
Viktor
Queen.
Orban, one of the most respected men. They call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7th, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis.
We know that.
Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution.
Oh my
And
God.
in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli
There
people.
goes that line.
He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well
Don't
known
get tough now.
that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is
That's not what he said about Russia.
so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approved the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe, because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News president after.
That's a fact. Shut up. We don't want to have bullshit.
Yeah,
So,
this is a lopsided battlefield, but all right.
how you figure?
On ABC, really? And most of the comment, they keep throwing her the softball.
Do you think they wasn't gonna throw a softball?
No, I expected it, but I was just like, oh, okay.
But OGs think she's doing a great job, and I absolutely think she's doing a good job too.
Oh my God.
Oh, she is. She is.
You're doing a good job.
Doing a good job. What not? Not answering questions like him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she's dancing around it.
I wish he would say, "Did she answer that question?" Like I wish
No.
one time. But he's so stuck on his ego. This is what he do. Damn it, Uncle Trump.
She's doing a decent job. She
Of
doesn't.
what?
She doesn't have to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
She all she has to do is not stumble like Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's what she's doing.
That's the bar.
Dancing
Huh?
around.
That is the bar. It's always been that low for her.
Okay. Well, if you say it like that, then I agree.
The fact of the matter is, people don't. There's a lot of dumb people in this world. No matter what she said, as long as she said they were gonna vote for her. Just like motherfuckers. So the thing about it is we already know what Trump is gonna do when he's office because he pretty much did the same thing before. Do you think it's gonna be a big difference from one to the other? No. But they don't know what she's gonna do. She's unpredictable. And they're willing to take the gamble. Because it's not Trump.
Well, and let's be honest, the people that are going to vote for her believe in her 2019 standards.
Yeah.
The no fracking, the abortion after birth, all of it.
Just to be honest with you, I really don't care. And I'm not agreeing with nobody. If you in the chat, please read my comments. I'm laughing at both of them. They can't answer a question. And obviously we can't hear and listen up here because some of these questions are not directly pushed to both of them. They push to either one of them. And when they ask these people these questions, it's the things that they saying that they letting the next person rebuttal on. So I'm not for either one of them. Peace out. I'm going back to the chat. No, I'm serious. There's some bullshit.
No, I already said it already. I wasn't joking.
Well, yeah, we already know that, OG. Like,
I heard something way different. I'm only listening, sir. You got to remember, I'm trying to learn. So when you learn something, you listen. I don't have to check and do all this other stuff while they going and doing all they talking. I'm just listening to what everybody is saying, but I'm only listening to what the dude is asking the question of. So when we go back and look at this later on, if we do, I know exactly what I need to be looking for. But yeah, this is some bull, bro.
Neither one of us answer questions.
yeah, they're not really saying.
I thought it was hilarious that somebody was saying something way different. But yeah, my mic is muted. Y'all rock out.
Who said something different? Oh, this nigga gonna leave.
Yeah. You know he's gonna do that shit.
My mic is muted. No, nigga, bring your ass back. But there's nothing that I've heard that I was wowed about.
This
on
debate
either
is
side,
pointless.
on either side, except for doesn't that sound familiar? That shit was funny.
Well, this debate was pointless, man. I don't even understand why we're having it at this point. I didn't even understand the Joe Biden and Trump debate. Like, what was the point of having that debate?
Because they figure they have to put on a debate for the people.
I mean, because everybody has already made up their mind as who they're gonna vote for. If you're gonna vote for Trump, you was already gonna vote for him, regardless
Yeah,
of the
but
debate.
there's a third of the country that hasn't made up their mind.
Yeah.
And that debate was very important. That debate was very important because that's what got him kicked out of the race.
Yep.
That's what showed America finally what they've been trying to hide for 4 years.
Yeah.
That the
2.5
man's
years
completely incompetent.
into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
The war to stop. I want to save lives that are being used, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. Being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relation. They respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what
This
reason?
nigga don't answer
He
the
hasn't
question
even
to
made
save
a
his
phone
life.
call in Putin hasn't spoken to anybody.
well, you
They don't
wouldn't
even try and
tell
get it.
people how
That
you're
is
gonna
a
get it done.
war
That's
that's
stupid.
dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become
fuck
president.
vote.
If I win,
You can lie,
when
sir.
I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's, where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
They
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he a president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
your time is up. Just to clarify the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes.
It's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with it, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland.
Well, you didn't go to the border.
And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine's righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv, eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Trump, who sent arms to
Putin
Ukraine,
would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should.
She didn't answer the
As
question
a
either.
leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander in chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do
Either
want to
one
talk
of
about
them answer the
Afghanistan. It
question.
came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this
he's talking way more shit.
Former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the president of the United States to be commander in chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, 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 and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently over the course of his career attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times
Absolutely.
calling for the execution
Yep.
of 5 young and
Tell 'em.
Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5, took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther about the first Black president of the United States.
Well, he's white too.
And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I
You see
meet
your
with
neighbor?
people all the time who tell me,
You see your neighbor and everybody.
can we please just
No,
have
sir.
discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American
I have a
people?
question. Why do they keep
Knowing that
denying
regardless
Obama's
of
white
people's
side?
color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just
No,
respond
nigga.
briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country.
What does
One
that
who
mean?
believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism
I'm
about
burned about
what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and
But
let's
you ain't say your
compare the
plan
plans.
yet.
I have a plan
What's
to
the
give
plan?
startup
Is
businesses
this shit over with yet?
$50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their
This shit is
innovation, their
exhausting.
ideas,
I'm tired of
their
both
hard
of them at
work.
this
I
point.
have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's
about the
development.
old
I have a
motherfuckers?
plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a
I have
help
a
with
dream.
down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home. That's the kind of conversation I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name calling. Let's
Then y'all
turn
stop
the
doing it
page
too.
Vice
and
President
move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy. Let's
Like
turn to
y'all
policy.
doing it too. Like,
President
how about y'all just
Let's
shut
turn
up
to
and just
policy,
debate the
please.
issue?
To defund, she has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Trump-
the
President
former
Trump-
president has
No,
said.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
cut
we're gonna
everybody
move
mic
on,
off.
Vice
One
President
time
Harris.
to what
These
he
bitches is
said.
getting on my
Trump, this-
nerves.
Your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have accomplished that. You now say keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that come up with something, and we are working on things. We're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing, but it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better, expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff.
Here we go.
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, let's just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time. When I will never forget the early mornings when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate, and the late great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like
John
him,
McCain.
you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight. You remember what that was
But
like?
it also fucked a lot of people
Remember when
over
an
on their
insurance company
too.
could
What are we
deny
talking about?
if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $5 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people. That the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Fastest
President
prologue
Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
She
lot
made
of
a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable, but we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue.
I should have went down there and streamed. Got me some views.
You could have, goddamn it, because he's.
Wait a minute, where is it at?
It's in Philly.
Oh hell yeah, LA!
You full of shit, LA.
Could have cut your camera on, went live.
Yeah, I could have went down there. I fucked up. I just
look. You could have been interviewing people, got your numbers up. Hey, I'm LA Wilkes.
I'd have went down there
from the Thin Black Line.
You don't even go to the ice wall yet. Shut the fuck up.
Ice wall ain't near me, though, motherfucker. Okay.
He gonna go to the ice wall on his body surfing yacht.
Yeah.
So, who do y'all think is winning the second portion of bullshit?
Nobody, sir. Neither one of them answer questions. It's retarded.
If I'm being honest, I think she's doing better in this one because she's trying to present a little bit more facts instead of just.
She ain't. She's more emotional. She's leading everything to emotions.
Well, hold up. She still is. But she's trying to do what he's doing is what I'm trying to say. You know how he just, I'm going to just throw out all these facts and shit about what they actually did. She's trying to do the fucking same. So it's making her look good on her end.
I'm wrong. What am I wrong about, OG? Tell me what I'm wrong.
Look at OG. Look at OG. I told you he part of the JFC.
Oh,
Come on, OG. We on commercial. You might as well bring your ass back up here.
I thought we'd seen biased panels before for debates. This one is the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah, they definitely let her get away with
Oh,
the
you
murder.
mean the moderators?
Yeah.
Or do you mean LA?
Yes, the moderator.
Okay.
I mean, every question they're asking is pointed for her to get her ideas across.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, it's geared for her
But
emotional
they're not
response.
pushing on the actual idea.
They're not asking for a fact check. Well, it should have been asking for a fact check because that shit would have been, Lord Jesus.
No, they're not asking details.
Yeah. Go ahead, OG. Tell us what you got.
Yeah. Y'all wrong. You're wrong. They not answering these questions. They just no.
I'm not saying they are.
No. First of all, somebody gave her a little bit. Everybody said no. Basically, you was the one that said you kind of think she's doing better. No, she's not doing better. And the questions that they asking them, again, this is what I asked y'all the other day before this even happened. Do you guys think that the questions that you guys won't ask is going to be asked? You guys told me no. But you're up here saying that she's answering the way that she's supposed to be answering, just the same way he's doing, because the questions they being asked are not the questions that you guys are asking about. When they asked her about the fracking part, the question was you going to do this and was you not going to do this? She said no. That was her answer. Now, the other stuff what Trump said, that's something that I heard y'all say. Why won't she said it? So why won't she saying a lot that she said she didn't and she didn't? She did and she didn't. So you trying to find out that part. They ain't what they just asked her. Like literally,
Well,
they didn't ask her.
she was
No, what I'm saying is they are asking them, if they ask you if you lied about this, answer if you lied about that and give you whatever you're going to do. That's not what's happening on her right now. What they're doing is asking them questions and want them to answer them questions. And we sitting up here like, okay, well, this should be no, bro. Let them answer the question. Then if they not answering to the satisfaction that we thinking, because I'm with y'all, I'm not hearing nothing.
Answer not one question.
And they both saying the same goddamn thing.
Well, I didn't say they were answering the question. I said she's trying to do what he's doing is presenting facts in the same way.
Facts?
That's all I said.
Get this jigaboo up out of here.
No, what she's trying. Well, you know the way. Well, what I'm saying is the way at first she was kind of coming off with the emotional
in the back.
He kicked me off. It's sad.
You get this nigga in the back. I'm about tired of his ass. Get this nigga out of here.
Have fun. You hear me?
Get this nigga out of here.
I will say this: they are not answering questions, but when they do supposedly answer questions, she's appealing to the emotional side of the Democrats, and he's appealing to the Republican side. That's all it is. But they're not answering the fucking questions. But oh shit, where's my button at?
Very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward.
Yeah.
And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body.
Nobody care about them fucked up ass babies.
Tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people.
People.
And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever ask them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump.
Oh my God, he was a cry.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
Thank you. And we are here live on ABC with our post-debate comments. I'm Martha Raddatz. It was a lively debate from the economy to abortion to Afghanistan. They had it all, and it was historic, John Carl, fiery.
Wow. Wow. That was quite a debate. And I'm Jonathan Carl here with, of course, Mary Bruce and Rachel Scott. Our reporters across the news division have been updating our live blog, looking at some of the allegations made back and forth, doing fact checks. You can find all of that on abcnews.com. But I would like to replay the moment at the very start of this debate because it was quite a moment.
Kamala Harris.
The handshake. And if you look,
Thank you.
I mean, quite a moment. First of all, because we hadn't.
Like he didn't know who the fuck you was. Kamala Harris.
seen a handshake. We haven't seen a handshake in a long time.
She initiated that one.
And
Yes, she did.
not only did she initiate it,
Oh
she
my God.
walked over to him and sought him out, put the hands out, and also made the first words.
And probably had a plan if he hadn't put his hand out either.
Interesting. So Martha, bottom line, what did you think?
I think clearly what Kamala Harris wanted to do was be the candidate of hope, the candidate of the future. Donald Trump seemed angry within 4 minutes. I think we saw him going from
We knew
very
they were gonna say
serious at the
that.
beginning, never really seemed to look at her, to just angry. I mean, really yelling at some points, trying to make his points. I don't think we heard a lot of policy and plans on either side of that, despite those questions over and over again. But what
they
you had
admit
was that
something?
optic. You had Kamala Harris looking over, baiting him again and again and again. The microphones were muted when they weren't speaking, but many times she didn't need a microphone. You watch Donald Trump get mad and scowl through things. And, you know, John, we were all talking leading up to this about how this would go, what Donald Trump you would see. I think he had a plan for talking about what he saw as a next term, but then he was talking about rumors about people eating their neighbors' pets. So it really devolved into that.
I mean, look, Kamala Harris didn't really explain some of the big questions that were out there about why she changed her policy views on so many things. Part of the reason is Donald Trump really was not effective in bringing the debate to her. I agree with you. I think that he looked not just angry, but also rattled. And in contrast, Harris, who again, much of the world doesn't know, Harris looked like she belonged on the stage.
It's really the bar was set so low for her, so it doesn't matter what it was.
Look at that. Look at the JFC taking up for their president.
Somebody that can serve as president.
And that is certainly how the campaign is feeling tonight. I can tell you, the Harris campaign feels
They don't
very
have a.
good.
Do they have
feel
to
had
do
a
this
very
shit
strong
again?
night, that she was in command, that she did look
Oh, thank
presidential,
God.
and that she was able, they feel, to hold Donald Trump accountable for his actions. And
Ah!
that was their goal going into this, that she would be able to put Donald Trump's record under a microscope. And they feel that the strongest example of that is that exchange on abortion, where she was able really to blame Donald Trump directly to
Really?
his face. I mean, she said, what you are putting women
Is that
through
going to be your
is
winning argument in this
unconscionable.
whole
Yes,
fucking
she
election?
goaded him. She flat out trolled him many times, got him off message, but she also talked directly to voters, even inviting them to a Trump
what
rally
you call
to underscore
trolling?
that central argument in her campaign that she says
She
he's
was
only
being
out for himself,
sarcastic, you
but she
cracker.
argues she's out for the American.
What are you talking about?
Okay, yeah, well, look, the Trump campaign is going to be seizing on the fact that Vice President Kamala Harris did not do a great job today really explaining her policy shifts, right? And that is what they have been seizing on. They're really trying to define her for voters when voters have a lot of questions about her policy positions. At the same time, though, almost every single thing that Vice President Kamala Harris said tonight got under Trump's skin. And that is exactly what his allies and his advisors did not want to see. I can tell you, I do not think that part of Donald Trump's debate prep was people eating dogs in Springfield or comparing rally sizes. They wanted him to stay focused on the issues, especially the ones that he has an edge on: Harris, economy and immigration.
I mean, you want to get under Donald Trump's skin. you
OG for
question
president of the
people at his
JFC.
rallies. And that was something else. Martha, you have?
I have with us right now Governor Tim Walz, of course, the Democratic vice presidential candidate.
Oh, my fucking God.
Welcome, Governor Walz. How are you feeling? What's your reaction to the debate tonight?
Martha, I'm feeling great because what I knew, and I think so many knew, and now
Shut
many
up.
Americans know, is you saw a president for all America in Kamala Harris. You saw the confidence, you saw the vision, you saw the poise, and you saw the compassion for people, understanding she spoke about an economy that moves us forward, moves all of us forward, lets everybody be a part of it. And she continued to lay that out, whether it's reproductive freedom or how we start small businesses or making home ownership easier. And on the other side, you saw a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump, angry, unhinged, and as you've been discussing, talking about things that are deeply concerning
not
because
see
they
an
make
unhinged
no
Donald
impact
Trump
on the
there. I
American
saw an
public.
unhinged
He
Donald
shouldn't be
Trump.
anywhere near the White House. And I have to tell you, if it weren't so dangerous, it reminds you of an old man yelling at the clouds. That was his thing. Get off my yard. That's what he did all night. Contrast that with
Aren't you an old man,
Harris
sir?
laying out the question for everything that matters. And so I think the whole country can see what happened tonight. We'll keep pushing forward. That's the way that the country wants to see our politics be. She laid it out clearly. Donald Trump brought nothing tonight. Anger, resentment.
Governor Walz, I do want to ask you, she did not answer questions on abortion restrictions. She never really answered that question. Can you clear that up where the Harris-Walz ticket stands on that?
Certainly, and you couldn't get any different than this. The reinstitution of Roe versus Wade, what was the law of the land for 52 years.
Wasn't a law,
You saw
man.
this in there.
It wasn't
and
a
him
law. It was
pushing
a
back
court
to the state,
decision.
she's exactly right. It's people like Amanda in Texas, which everybody saw on the stage in Chicago.
And it didn't
really
have
bleeding
anything to
out,
do with
having
abortion.
sepsis
It
twice
was
because she can't get the care. She's been
rights to
absolutely
privacy
clear on
when
this.
it came to
Everything
medical
Donald Trump
information.
said that
What are
is
they talking
untrue.
about?
The clarity of this is Roe. When you have Roe, you have the protections in place where women make their own decisions with their healthcare providers, not Donald Trump.
Okay, thanks so very much for joining us, Governor Walz. John?
And
why is it that they didn't let out? Why didn't she clear it up? She had to go to another pundit to clear it up again. This is crazy.
For the same reason she won't do an interview without Tim Walz there.
Oh, that's right. My bad.
Yeah,
You need her white zaddy.
We have Senator J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate, joining us now. Senator Vance, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
Look at this rain.
So I want to get to one part in the debate where you came up.
That's Tom Boyd.
Donald Trump was asked if he would veto a national abortion ban. He didn't answer the question, suggested, I guess, that he wouldn't. And then it was pointed out that you, in fact, said not that long ago that he would veto a national abortion ban. Can you explain the mix-up
He
here?
didn't say he wouldn't veto it.
Well, I think the president's been very clear that he doesn't want a national abortion ban. I think in some ways he finds the question a little bit ridiculous because why are we asking him about legislation that's never going to actually happen and why he would veto it or not veto it when he says very explicitly that he doesn't support a national abortion ban and he wants these policies to be made by the states. But I think there's a deeper and more important issue here in this debate, which is that you had Kamala Harris effectively echoing platitude after platitude after platitude. The American people can't pay their grocery bills on platitudes. They can't put their kids in a house on platitudes. And Kamala Harris had a lot to say, but very little actual substance behind it for how she's going to lower grocery prices, secure the border, and make housing more affordable in this country. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She can't run on a record, and she apparently can't run on much of her plans either because it's just a lot of slogans and not a whole lot of substance.
But Senator Vance, why won't he just say that he would veto the national abortion ban? And by the way, had you spoken to him about it before you were put in a position to answer that question?
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple, and Kamala Harris and apparently the media would like to distract Americans on issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about, but they're not talking nearly enough. This debate didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, and a lot of their kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses because Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels take over the southern border. This is a disgrace what's going on in our country, John, and we could do so much better if we just had better leadership. We've got the best workers, the most beautiful country, the best natural resources.
I'm with you, Tom. If I was there, I'd just say, listen, kill the goddamn baby if you want to.
Great benefits.
It ain't my goddamn baby. You kill him.
Senator,
Donald Trump's leadership.
Senator, by the way, I asked because he hadn't been crystal clear and he said something different than what you said. That's
You understand that's the only thing they have against him is abortion. That's it.
I'm with you, Tom. Kill the goddamn baby. Y'all want to kill y'all goddamn kill him. It ain't my baby.
At this point, just fucking choke him out. I don't give a fuck how you do it.
And Tom, Trump should admit that he has himself profited from abortion. From all them models and shit he knocked up.
I don't know why we playing this.
Mayo, I'm with you, Mayo. Mayo, I'm with you.
If it wasn't for abortion, I'd be paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in child support.
I mean,
What are we doing, man? This shit is stupid at this point.
just kill that argument because I'm so sick and tired of this shit. I'm like, why is that the fucking front?
Y'all don't go ahead and kill them nigga babies and call it a day. If y'all want to kill them nigga babies, kill them.
But it's also the fault of the fucking Republicans. They won't just let them have this fucking yield this
A
argument.
few of them, a low IQ individual, somebody who doesn't have the mental capacity to be president, really dumb, unable to put two sentences together. Is that what you saw on the stage tonight?
Yes.
John, what I saw was a lot of slogans. I think the American people are smart, and Kamala Harris talks to them like they're children. She repeats these ridiculous platitudes where if you actually think about what she said, you realize that it doesn't make any sense. She talks a lot about her plans, but then her plans, when you analyze the substance, don't make any sense. And more importantly, John, the American people don't get fed on plans. She has been the vice president for 3.5 years. What she can't do, refuses to do, and has no ability to do is to say, say, I accomplished lower prices because
about
she
to cut him
didn't,
off.
or I accomplished lower housing prices because she didn't, or I secured the southern border because she didn't do that. She has failed as vice president, and the fundamental question is, do we want to give her a
Let
promotion?
the man
I think
answer the
answer has
question,
to be
nigga.
no, John.
All right, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us, Mary.
One thing both sides can agree on, this was a consequential night in this race. More reaction when we come back. Stay with us.
Oh
Look
no,
at-
I'm not doing no more of that. But I want to get to this, and
Look at OG taking up for the black woman. I told you he's a part of the JFC. I ain't believe me.
Nigga, no sir. Try again.
I
Where's it
would
come
like to get y'all's thoughts on this. I don't know if y'all seen this, but it came across my algorithm,
He's
and
about to talk about the Haitians again.
I couldn't agree with this Mexican more.
Dude, can a nigga live? Can a nigga live? Please. This country sucks. You can come here, you can eat cats, you can eat people, you can drive your car into a store, a stolen car, gang killings everywhere all the time. Can a nigga stream a little reaction to the major party convention? Can I sell a hat? Seriously. I mean, it's getting
Where the fuck did you find this shit?
I can't breathe. Ben Shapiro, I can't breathe. Take your boot off my neck.
Can a nigga breathe?
Let a nigga breathe. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I go on Fresh and Fit. They get demonetized. I go on Sneeko. He can't find a manager. I try to sell. I'm banned from payment processing. I stream the convention. You're banned from streaming the convention. Candace Owens goes full red pill, but she can't have me on because of YouTube, which we'll talk about. Can a nigga... It's like...
Is that Nick
sometimes
Fuentes?
I wake up and I'm like...
Yeah, that's Nick Fuentes.
I do a show.
Boy, you about to take this shit all the way down, son.
realize
You are crazy.
Yo, bro, we about to get
man.
fucking
You are
banned
tripping,
like a
son.
mother.
Some
See,
days
we
I
still
wake up,
streaming
I feel like
in
Al
LA.
Capone.
This
I
nigga
do
is crazy.
a talk show. I'm not that tall. I'm not tall. I've never been in a fight. I've never touched drugs or alcohol.
This dude is something else. Tom, you don't give a fuck
And
about
I'm
your
like the
channel.
most wanted man in America.
Yo,
The walls
that's why
are
you can't
closing
go
in
on
on me with the
Battlefield on PA right
DMCA's,
now.
the
This
credit
nigga is
card
crazy,
stuff.
man.
What the heck?
This dude just do
Rumble and
stuff.
X are on the chopping block. Durav got arrested.
Look, and he didn't even say the N-word with enough swag. Like, he
To
said the
be
shit.
a
He
nigga
said
in
lame
America.
as hell.
I'm America's
Yeah,
nigga.
like, thank you, OG. Like,
I'm waiting on you to say something funny.
I'm the American nigga.
He just don't
That's
ever
who
want
I
to.
am
He don't
now.
ever want to talk about.
Coming through
Like,
the back
OG,
door,
I can't even
nigga.
get mad at him for saying this shit because he
I'm
ain't
not
saying
even mad
shit.
at around here.
Like,
You're on the
niggas-
wrong side of the tracks,
He not even being
nigga. That's how I
disrespectful.
feel all the
What you doing?
time.
Like,
No.
can you
This is
say
funny
it with
or
a
something?
little bit more swagger? God damn, you ain't saying it right. Please.
I thought that was funny.
Wait a
No.
minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Y'all missed this part.
Or America's nigga. You can't be seen around here. You're on the wrong side of the tracks, nigga.
Now you just
That's how
saying
I
it to
feel
say
all
the
the
Just
shit.
time.
trolling, man. This is stupid.
Now
Come
you
on.
just saying to say the shit, and that's what's pissing me off. It's
This
like,
is
now
dumb.
you
It's
saying
not,
this shit.
it's not even doing that to me. I thought it was hilarious. Like
It's
the
just
point that
stupid.
he it is, yeah,
I'm like-
it's stupid. But y'all
That's
really
what's pissing me off about it. It's like, nigga, you motherfucker, you were being
could've worked on
stupid with it.
You could have worked on that and made that way better, brother.
So what
Say
he
what you
could have
said.
did was take
Say
off
what
the
you
fucking
said.
suit and tie, take off the fucking suit and tie, get casual with it, light a fucking cigar, drink some cognac.
So you want him to be a nigga? Is that what you're saying? You
If
want
he
him to
wanna
be more
be.
nigga?
Exactly.
Sagging on the
If
street
he
corner.
wanna be.
Okay.
Look, my thing is
I
this.
said casual. I ain't say he ain't got to dress street. I said casual.
OG, but I thought America was nigga. I thought
It is,
as
brother.
America
Okay,
being
first of all,
nigga,
sir,
that
are you
means
not
you know
listening to
it
me?
anyway.
Okay, sir, are you not listening to me or are you listening to Beasley? I said, if
No,
he
I'm not
want to
listening.
be, he said, do you want him to be? If he want to be, because America is what, sir?
America's
I'm sticking to
nigga.
my point.
So if
Don't
if
get me
he's
mixed up
nigga,
with them.
everything he said was absolutely correct.
No,
A
sir. What I'm
nigga,
saying.
a nigga
No,
can't
no.
breathe out here. A nigga can't do a talk
You
show
said, you
out
said,
here.
you said, you said, you said. You see how you saying it with your chest? No. You're not. Come on.
Yeah, it's
Come on,
believable.
bro. Here's what I'm talking
Say
about.
with some,
Come
say
on,
with some
bro.
swag.
You see what I'm saying?
Say
Give me
it-
some, man. He didn't do it good enough. He didn't do it good enough. But he tried.
He didn't do it to where it was convincing. It felt like he was just saying the shit just to say the
Yeah,
shit.
bro.
Like, no, motherfucker,
Say
say
it
it with
was
some
supposed to
sense.
be funny.
Absolutely.
Oh, no, bro. You
You
can
know
do better
why
than
he
that.
said it? You know why he said it? Because he knew niggas like y'all were gonna be upset.
No, sir. The reason why I'm saying it is because
I'm cool with it. I just need to do better.
No, my thing is if you're gonna say it because you mean it, say it. But don't just be doing it just to get a bunch of people looking at you. That's the part I'm saying because it's stupid at this point, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I ain't sounding like that. I really don't care about that part. I just think you need
No,
to say it
sir.
better.
Right now. You
I
know
just
what's
think
funny?
you need to say
You know
it
what's
better.
funny? I'm gonna go ahead and send this to everyone out here. I guarantee you, everyone on YouTube do a motherfucking show about him saying nigga.
That's the point I'm saying. So like people are fucking dumb. I'm not even mad. Listen, sir. It's just dumb because he's not even like it's just trolling. It's a terrible job of trolling.
look at my nigga mama coming up here.
Now, see, Tom, when you said it, this shit is funny.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't even like the N-word, sir.
Okay.
I don't even like the N-word.
He said so good he don't like it. Let's go. Okay.
What are we doing?
I'm just mad because he's gonna get 1 million views off this shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm hating.
Let me see how many views he got on it right now. Let me see.
Don't get me.
Where is it? Where? I know he's not on YouTube, so where's it at?
He didn't. He only got 710,000 views.
Oh,
come on.
710,000 views. Are you serious?
How many days, Tom?
And when was it posted, Tom?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Nigga.
Wow. Okay.
Now you got me saying nigga. Now you got me saying nigga.
Bro, it'll be at 2 million by the end of the fucking week.
That's
A white boy saying,
Hey, he said this is the funniest dude online. It's absurd that the guy can't conduct business. I can't breed. Another person says all-time great clip. Okay.
Uncle Tom left half them comments.
Hey, Gavin Newsom Groper said the last real nigga left. Yeah. Hey, then this motherfucker. Look. Now I got a picture of what that Ben Shapiro with his knee on Nick Fuentes' neck saying, "Can a nigga breathe?" I mean, this is you know what was gonna happen.
What, the comments are more funnier than what he said. Come on now.
Oh, y'all some nigga haters, dog.
I just want to know. I just want to know when you're gonna get kicked off of YouTube again.
Yeah, it's coming.
I didn't do anything wrong, sir.
I just want to know when you're gonna get
I'm
kicked
just
off of
reporting the news, sir. I'm reporting the news.
Tom, are you just not interested in monetization again?
Ever again in life. Ever fucking again in life.
Right? Are we yellow? Are we yellow? What's going on?
I don't have a yellow anything. I'm blank. So the reason why, because I got to November to take this shit down. So fuck it. I'm going all out until November.
Man, I told you if you're gonna burn it down all the way, sir. Don't half-ass it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's what I do. You want me to play my other clip I showed you? The black
sir,
man?
Sir, you do whatever you need to do.
Here we go.
My face ain't shown, so have fun.
Oh, hold on. Let's talk about these. Do y'all want to talk about this horrible goddamn debate? I know OG was losing his mind talking about no one's paying attention, but everyone paid attention to that dumb shit.
I doubt it.
He loved Kamala.
I doubt it.
What do you mean? How do you figure
I
we
doubt
it?
both of them statements. First of all, you said a ridiculous statement, like I wasn't paying attention. Obviously, I was.
I didn't say you. I didn't say you wasn't. I said that we wasn't paying attention. I said you
Oh,
think
you
that
wasn't.
we wasn't paying attention.
You wasn't.
All right.
Because even when he asked her a certain question and she answered, even when he asked him a certain question, nobody reciprocated that. It was this and that. You're not listening to what's going on.
What was this and that?
This and that is, nigga. They never answered the goddamn question.
Everybody literally said that.
Time.
Why do you keep saying that shit?
No. I think y'all need to go back and listen to y'all.
Sir, I bet you $20. We all sit on this panel. Neither one of them answered the question. You want to make that bet, OG? This is it. Bye channel. Bye. Just bye. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. If you want to need anything.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. My heart hurt.
Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. You ain't never getting that shit back again ever in life. Like, you might as well go to Rumble like Tommy Sotomayor.
That's a fact.
You didn't. Okay, never mind. I guess I was wrong. I don't know. Shit, I ain't did nothing, dog. That's too funny to the motherfucker. I don't get no.
That's like that. Nigga said his face. God damn.
I bet you won't play that Blackity Black you played earlier.
Oh, the Jew one? I took
Yeah.
it down.
I bet you did. I bet you.
I can bring it back up. You know, I say shit like a motherfucking
You
genius,
ain't-
boy.
You ain't got. Yeah, don't do that.
Which one you want to see? You want to hear the Afro Elite one or?
No, the boy who's talking about the, your boy was the best person ever, and
Oh, you talking about my cousin?
yeah.
Hold on, let me get to him. It's called the Truth Troll. I know it. Like a muff. Hold on. Since you think I'm a pussy, nigga, I ain't no goddamn pussy. I'm a goddamn gang member, fool. Oh, wrong button. Hold on. Wait a second. I don't know why you be down there. I'm gonna do it, motherfucker.
Now I'm gonna drop something on y'all that a lot of people ain't gonna like when they hear what I'm about to say.
Say it to him, brother.
But there's a man who these people convinced us was a madman.
Yes, sir.
These people that I'm talking about told us that this man was a satanic agent. He was a mass murderer.
Say it again. Say it
And
with
we
your
believed
chest,
it
nigga.
because they said so. Everybody say this: when you control literature, you control what people think.
That's right. That's right.
Illegitimate people called Jews convinced the world that a man named Adolf Hitler was a madman. And we all grew up understanding that Hitler was a tyrant, that he was a madman. But I'm going to be honest with you.
Tell us, preacher.
After doing some research on this, I found out, and this is my opinion,
and my opinion only,
that it was these liars and deceivers.
Oh my God.
Adolf Hitler was trying to cleanse the world of. That's just my
Damn,
little
Tom, you
opinion.
really don't give a fuck about your channel.
Well, this nigga going serious
Now, I know a
tonight,
lot of
boy.
folks who hear this ain't gonna like what I'm saying. I really don't give a damn.
You heard what the
That's a
white, you
fact.
heard what you heard the black man say. He don't give a damn. Now let's go back to these white people. I'm sorry, I had to show y'all that LA thinking I'm a bitch. I ain't no bitch, nigga. I'm a goddamn thug, nigga.
You goddamn fool. Well, okay.
G, what do you see? OG, explain to me what you just saw, sir. Oh, now he don't want to talk. I'm gonna tell you what I saw.
That's the host role in Seattle.
A whole stroll was majority what race there, Mayo?
Just like Seattle, sir, white.
Goddamn white. That means to tell us that
White people sell pussy.
nah.
No, that lets you know black men infatuated with that white L99.
Well, wait a minute. Black men are not infatuated with anything.
Okay.
Jeez, we can't even get our own house together, let alone. You know what? This is the type of woman that LA is infatuated with. I'm gonna show you what. I'm gonna show you.
Latina, baby. So put J-Lo up there.
I'm gonna show you what he infatuated with right now. Look at this. This is him right here. It's him,
my God,
right?
dog. You
It's
know,
him right
come on,
here.
dog. OG, this bullshit right here, sir. This is about the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Seasoned it up. She Latino too.
No.
Is she seasoning hot dogs?
Yes, sir.
No, she's straight West Virginia, sir. She ain't Latino.
This is about the worst thing I ever seen.
Huh, where the fuck do you find these videos?
What the fuck is she making?
Oh my God, it's so much worse than what you
Like
think.
hot dog soup? Oh, she making hot dog helper.
And the bitch can't even count, y'all. Wait till you see how many
No.
plates she got. No. Wait till you see how many plates she put up. Time and even notice it.
No, I sure didn't. You right.
She says she got a mama 3, right? Watch how many plates she put out. I'm so fucking confused. Oh boy, you need that Saison. And that extra. Yo, man, watch how much MSG she put in there.
And salt. And salt.
Yo, Mayo, what? And then she gonna put some more MSG in there for extra high blood pressure.
Lord.
There you go.
There you go. Get the last little drop. Them little fat fucking kids need more.
That's a fact. It's barbaric stew right there.
Hey, y'all thought it was a game, huh?
What is that?
The fat fuck.
Mac and cheese?
Mm. Mayo, look at your little white kids. Look at Mayo, little feature white kids out there. High blood pressure like a motherfucker.
Oh, just wait. This is.
Oh my God, the end, Mayo. Look at the healthy options she gonna get for them little kids. There you go. You need the carrots for the health.
Carrots and fucking heart attack.
Yeah.
The carrots are high in sugar, so shit.
No, that's a healthy option for him. OG Beasley, you forget.
She put more salt on there.
God damn, how much salt you gonna put in there?
Nigga, was them frozen, nigga?
It don't matter. Them little fat fucking kids gonna eat all that.
They were frozen though.
Have a good night.
OG. I'm worried about the salt.
How many plates you got up there, y'all?
Wait a minute.
How many kids you got?
And the big one that she cooked it in is hers, sir.
I'm just talking about how many plates she got up there. She got 3 kids. Like, I don't get that. Why the fuck you even put that up there?
Because she don't feed the other one that lives in the basement in a fucking dog kennel.
Oh God.
I told
got the retarded one down in the basement.
Third child must be a baby, but that's the type of woman that LA love right there. I just want y'all to know that.
So you out here cotton picking marbles.
Unless you give him crab
That's
legs.
the queen of Ilnana, according to
Hey,
you, sir.
let me tell you something. At least she cooking, huh? Look at that. Extra MSG.
Nigga, what? What was cooked about some carrots that came straight out of a bag?
That's the kind of pussy you like right there.
She threw some salt on it and then she cooked it. Okay. I like that.
Like she didn't cut the motherfucking carrots. She just went and bought the shit.
Did you miss the whole stroll, OG?
I probably did, sir. I went there to grab me some water.
Okay. Well, let me. What do you think about Africans in London? What do y'all think about them? Or in France?
I don't care at all. They not
You
even
don't care. They're not American.
What the fuck that got to do with America?
Not a goddamn thing. But I had to watch this video, so y'all gonna have to watch it. So.
Okay.
Why that motherfucker walking so zesty? You know he only doing it to women. You better not let him drink out of that. You better not let him drink out of that straw.
Why not?
If that nigga drank out that straw, OG, I'm turning this shit.
What the fuck is he
I'm
doing?
ending this whole stream.
You about to do it? Oh, what is he doing?
You want to get shot?
Why is they letting him do the shit?
You want to get
Because they'll
shot?
be arrested if they try and stop him.
Are you bullshitting?
No.
Nope.
You have
Sure
riots
not.
going on in Britain.
Well, wait. So wait, hold on. They literally have a law that you can't stop what the Africans or the blacks over there from doing shit.
No, it's a hate crime over there, sir.
To stop them from stealing your shit?
Yeah.
You can't even talk about it.
Get the fuck.
Seriously, they are arresting people for Facebook memes and things they say on Facebook right now.
Oh my!
There's a guy that just got 20 months in prison.
While sex offenders get out free.
And then you punk ass Brits have the audacity to bring your fucking ass over to America and talk shit about us, you pussies. Fuck you.
Wait a minute.
What? You allowing this stupid shit, but then fucking every time. Yeah. That what's that motherfucking UFC fighter, that British motherfucker, Paddy, whatever the fuck he is. You pussy. Where your nuts at?
You sound upset. Let's talk about Springfield and they goddamn Haitians that be eating people face off.
I think it's like kind of odd that like a guy like me has to come out from doing what I do on a daily basis to have fun because I see what's going on in these streets and I see you guys just sitting up there in them comfy chairs and suits and like, and I'm getting out here every day and I'm broadcasting this and you guys are just sitting up there in suits or something. Like I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into, they flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how, like, y'all can be comfortable with this. Like, I don't know, like, who's getting paid from it. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background.
Absolutely.
You got a bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to like seem like I'm coming down on the immigrants because it's the people that's bringing them down here. Because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them. Like, y'all get the Highway State Patrol down here every week, and then y'all get like a task force for the Highway State Patrol. And they look for guns and they look for dope and this and that and the fourth. That same people that y'all got riding up and down Limestone doing U-turns, pulling people over for blinkers and pulling people over for like going left to center and like a couple miles over. Like y'all can take them same people, the Highway State Patrol, and you can take them in every single one of their silver Chargers and Dodge Durangos, and y'all can take them to Sunset. And y'all can park them right over there, and y'all can teach people how to drive. Since the Highway State Patrol knows so much about traffic laws and know what to do in traffic. They need to.
That's not how they
y'all
work.
pay them. They can go over there and teach these Haitians how to drive because it's getting bro. I'm getting thousands of views on these, and it's going to get bigger and it's only going to get worse. And y'all sitting up there in these chairs, all y'all need to get out here and do something. Y'all making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Y'all need to put on a t-shirt and some Crocs, and then y'all need to come out here in these streets and y'all need to go out here and I'm out here before the police is. Like, y'all need to do something, bro. Y'all really got to stand on business. Y'all getting paid all this money just to wear a suit and sit in a chair. I think it's crazy, bro. Like, we got to do something, bro. It's kids out here getting hurt. Like, only reason I even went on here and said something about it is because somebody told me they walking from the school and a Haitian almost ran into them. And who is getting paid? Like, how much money is y'all really getting paid? Like, to bring them over here? Like, I know it's deeper than them. I know that's where they come from and that's what they do. That's their country. I don't know what they got going on over there, but they can't do that over here. And if y'all just getting paid from it and then y'all ain't doing nothing about it, I think that's super weird, bro. Y'all got to stand on business. Y'all got to really, like, step up. Like, it's lame, bro.
Stand
like, for real.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank
you for your comments. We don't give a shit what you said, nigga. Just go back to the back. Get your ass back to that bus before we whoop your ass, little nigga. Get your ass back there, bitch. We ain't got time for you sorry ass niggas. We sitting in our motherfucking comfy ass seat. And don't you ever, I mean, ever, nigga, bring your nigga ass back up here one more goddamn again.
So there's Haitians in what, Springfield, Missouri, what, fucking shit up?
Springfield,
Ohio. Sir.
Ohio, well, one of these
Yeah,
motherfuckers.
yeah,
I don't
yes,
know,
sir.
one of these.
Yes, sir. We talking about the Haitian immigrants today and the Venezuelans and the Venezuelans.
Oh, that's
let's
my
go-
fucking problem.
Let's go with this one right here. What y'all remember that this black?
What
bitch
did you
used-
do? What'd you kill that? Smile for me. Smile. Go like this. Did you eat that cat? Did you eat it? No, why'd you kill it? Did you guys see all this?
No, we pulled up and she was just laying there with it.
Did you see her eating it?
Eating it.
She was eating it?
Yeah, she was.
You call the Humane Society, see if they'll come pick this cat up. It's deceased. What did you do?
Oh yeah, you going to big jail. You don't play about it.
Yeah, there's no evidence according to any
Go
of the
like
news
this.
stations.
So was Trump lying about that?
No,
Oh, okay.
the news stations are. They've
No,
all
but
got
it's
a coordinated campaign
Just
to deny
Oh,
this.
okay. Well, they can deny it all they want. Let's see what they doing
you know
over
what?
here.
At this point, Tom, I'm with you. Close the motherfucking border.
Look at these niggas.
No immigration.
They do it like that over there from where they from.
Yeah.
That's how you supposed to do it, son. You gotta burn her up off of it. What we doing here?
So you eating cat?
No, bro.
They-
I'm American. What we doing here?
They
They
misunderstand.
clearly don't. They
Okay.
clearly don't understand the purpose of having a bunch of fucking cats to keep the vermin away. And if they start killing the cats, you're gonna see a bunch of rodents and shit pop back up in all these goddamn places.
Do you really think these niggas care about
just
these
more
goddamn
food for 'em.
rodents?
That's more food for them.
Man, this shit's really starting to piss me the fuck off. And then when motherfuckers get radical in this bitch, then they want to call you a fucking terrorist and want to try to throw you in goddamn jail. I said, well, motherfucker, you are not doing anything. You allowing this goofy shit to go on, and then everything's getting screwed, going to hell.
That nigga LA left. I wasn't even done with him. I was supposed to be finished
Not to
playing.
mention, my apartment smells like roasted fucking guinea pigs at least 3 days a week. Then they allow their 5-month-old dog to be in my driveway, not my yard, my 5-car driveway, unsupervised, so that when I'm coming and going, I'm running a risk of hitting his ass and him. Then when I open the entry door to leave my apartment building, this dog runs the hallway all the way up to the stairs to my apartment
And
to get to
pisses
my
on you.
dog, and he's shitting and pissing the entire way. On top of that, they let him shit in the driveway.
They talking about
So
she's
not
talking about
only is my driveway
Venezuelans.
got shit stains with flies all over them, but I'm now running over shit in my car, and it's getting in my fucking tires. Oh, and by the way, their kids run and play too. I just don't complain about it. All of these things they do, my landlord sees firsthand because he has video cameras, but yet he's coming down me on each and every
Coming down
fucking
me.
problem they have.
Okay.
And every time I accommodate and try to get over their issue, they have another one 2 hours later. So then I started being nosy and listening to my video camera in the hallway where I can hear what goes on outside. Let that shit play into my Google Translate. These motherfuckers are talking about getting me run out of my apartment, turning the landlord against me because the landlord's going to do whatever they ask to get that check.
Absolutely.
So that they can have their illegal family and friends move into my fucking apartment. You don't understand how hard it is to find a place to live in my city. Not to mention, I'm a single mom. My kid's father passed away 2 years ago. Where the fuck am I getting the money to move? This is completely unacceptable, and I don't know what to do. I mean, do I have any rights? Is there anything I can fucking
Vote
do?
for Donald Trump.
Help my
That's
ass
what
in
it
this
is.
situation. Or Do I even want to still stay here? You know what? I don't think I do. With my landlord shitting on me so quickly for some illegal asshole he's never met, just because he makes a few extra dollars, doesn't
dollars add up.
And
nigga.
do I really want to deal with their dog, their guinea pigs, and their bullshit for however long they decide to stay here? I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know what I can do to change my situation, but I'm going to do whatever I can to come get money and get the fuck out of here. So if you see me on here begging for some change,
where you at?
Don't judge me. Help me. Because if it's happening to me, it could happen to you.
Sound like you need to make more money. Just like them. They put
well.
more than yours.
I would like to point out something.
You know that is right.
Remember that rent moratorium where these motherfuckers didn't act like they couldn't pay their rent because of fucking COVID?
Absolutely.
That was part of the catalyst to a lot of this stupid, goofy shit too.
No,
so
the catalyst was this.
It's just cause I'm a nigga.
That's why.
But let's be honest, Tom.
They fight for the bottom.
That played a part in a lot of this shit because people didn't want to pay their rent. How many of these people and landlords and all this other shit had issues collecting rent from these motherfuckers because they act like they couldn't take their ass to work because they were scared of the fucking flu.
Shit, I don't know.
I get you on all that basis, but what's stopping the money? If they giving the bag,
that shit over with.
It's capitalism, ain't it, sir?
Well, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, OG, it's a problem of their own making. You're mad because the landlord is taking money from the government to house these motherfuckers. I said, because y'all wasn't paying.
B-Rad, your mom crazy as cat shit, boy. She said she believe COVID is back. All right. So we're going to end this off with a black individual who's telling us the truth. And I want y'all to listen, be prepared for what she's going to say. Take it in, deep throated. And yeah.
This is going to be good.
That is so gay.
Kamala wants the mics turned on during the debate because she wants to cosplay as the sassy black woman. This is her strategy to win. Kamala wants the mics turned on so she can be a sassy black woman. And then when you go online, you go see everybody saying things like, oh, don't play with black women. Black women do this. Don't play with black women. Don't play with black. That's her whole strategy to win. During the debate in 2020 with Mike Pence, every headline, every tweet, everybody was talking about how she was saying, I'm speaking, Mr. Pence, I'm speaking, more than any policy stance she had.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well,
I'm speaking.
The important is you see the truth.
She don't care about appealing to y'all about her policies. She don't care about appealing to y'all on an intellectual level. She wants y'all to get on Twitter and be like, a black woman do this, a black woman do that. That's her whole plan to win. Do y'all feel dumb? Because she think y'all dumb. I'm going to be the sassy black woman, and I'm going to win the debate from the low IQ retard. I don't know what I don't want to say. I'm a sassy black woman.
Remember that.
The low IQ people, which is the majority of
people. Yeah, just remember that.
And they also said reporters will be in the room to report on what can be heard when mics are muted. Okay, so the fake news will be in the room to report on what can be heard while mics are muted. Kamala is so desperate to be the sassy black woman. She even got reporters in the room to tell y'all when she being sassy. This is so crazy to me. I'm so ready to see what memes y'all are going to make, how distracted y'all are going to be from the fact that migrants are getting $150,000 down payments on homes. Migrants are getting credit cards in Chicago. Okay, migrants are getting shelter and all that, and then they're getting health care in California. But Twitter talking about, oh, Kamala she's sassy. Oh my gosh, she told that white man. That's her strategy to win. She wants to win you over. Well, she wants to win the low IQ people over by being the sassy black woman. Are you guys ready for that?
Do you think that happened, OG?
No. For you to even have the intelligent thought that none of that stuff that if you thought that was smart what she said, yeah, believe me, you're part of the smart game. That's all I can tell you.
Do you think I thought what she said was smart?
I don't know. How about you just answer the question for yourself and not ask me?
No, you didn't ask me a question.
I know, but you said, do I think? Well, I'm asking you to just answer that question for yourself, sir. Don't ask me to ask you, what do you think? I just want to know what you think about what you just said, because obviously you know what I think.
I don't know what you think. That's why I'm asking. What do you think?
I just told you she was bullshitting. She thinks she's smarter than y'all.
Oh,
and y'all know more than she know about. Come on now. If that's the case, tell me, am I lying? Am I wrong? She just said everybody else is lowbrow intelligence. That means that y'all niggas is dumb.
No, she think niggas is dumb. Personally, I think it was retarded. But
okay, cool.
She had some points in there. I think there's a little bit of truth in everything someone says.
Sassy.
Does insightful mean you're smart?
No.
Okay. You can have some insight into something that may be true, but doesn't make you smart.
No. But I wanted to see y'all, because when Donald Trump was fact checking, the moderator, some people didn't think he was telling the truth. I mean, there's one thing right there.
What was said?
We can play it for you.
And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
You heard that?
What did you say?
No, I didn't hear.
This low is it? Low shit.
It was low. Let me see if I can turn it up. Oh, it's all the way up. Shit.
Man, we was hearing it perfectly when it was playing, but that version low.
Born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to.
Oh shit. Oh, let's go right here.
Where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response.
She said there is no
state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
So the moderator said there's no state where it's legally acceptable for a baby to be killed after it's born, pretty much.
What about it?
She was lying. That's all.
Oh, okay. You remember the answer he gave?
Is for lifting restrictions.
He the one said that.
You remember the answer that he gave about that?
He just said his answer.
They asked him directly, what do you think about what was that law y'all kept on saying that it didn't have nothing to do with, that they kept on trying to push? It was something y'all was saying.
Roe versus Wade?
Yeah, he gave a point to where she asked, I think it was the dude that was being condescending. He asked him a question. He was like, all the way up to the birth.
You asked, yes, that's what they're talking about. And this is the governor that he was talking about who said that.
On third trimester abortions, as well as other restrictions now in place. And she was pressed by a Republican delegate about whether her bill would permit an abortion, even as a woman is essentially dilating, ready to give birth. And she answered that it would permit an abortion at that stage of labor. Do you support her measure and explain her answer?
Yeah, and I wasn't there, Julie, and I certainly can't speak for Delegate Tran, but I would tell you, first thing I would say is this is why decisions such as this should be made by providers, physicians, and the mothers and fathers that are involved. There are, when we talk about third trimester abortions, these are done with the consent of obviously the mother, with the consent of the physicians, more than one physician, by the way. And it's done in cases where there may be severe deformities. There may be a fetus that's non-viable. So in this particular example, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother. So I think this was really blown out of proportion. But again, we want the government not to be involved in these types of decisions. We want the decision to be made by the mothers and their providers. And this is why, Julie, that legislators, most of whom are men, by the way, shouldn't be telling a woman what she should and shouldn't be doing with her body.
And do you think multiple physicians
What's this
should
governor's
have to
name?
weigh in?
Starts with the N.
Virginia.
Yeah, he used to be in Virginia.
Yeah.
He's no longer.
What-
He's no longer governor.
What
But-
year? What year is he governor of Virginia? I need to find his name. What year was he governor of Virginia?
I don't know, like 2018, 1920, I want to say.
Yeah,
But-
this is Terry McAuliffe, I believe.
I don't think.
Or
it
no,
was
this
Terry.
is Northam. This is
North-
Northam.
North.
Yeah, Northam. Yeah,
Yeah. 2018 to 2022.
yeah.
Yeah, he's not in office anymore.
So the thing was, he was a doctor before that, and he actually performed this whole thing where, like he said, the child will be born and made comfortable, and then they'll have a discussion on whether to keep it or not. So, in other words, yes, it did happen plenty of times.
Oh yeah.
So, in other words, Trump was not lying. Trump was literally, he actually even said the governor of Virginia, and he was the governor of Virginia who said it on a radio show. So, he wasn't lying.
And there's video of the of that trans lady actually saying it in a hearing
Yeah, yeah. She
that it
came
would literally be able to kill them on the table after birth.
Yeah, which is called.
It would have no
infanticide.
limits at all on abortion.
Yeah.
Which
You did say
how
Ralph-
far is that going to go out? 2
Ralph
months.
Northam.
Okay, yeah. I want to make sure I said it right. Okay, yeah, Ralph North. Okay, go ahead. All right.
But is that going to go out to 2 months, 3 months, 4 months if there's no limits on abortion?
I dropped a link pertaining to that.
Well, pertaining to what they were saying, if you going by what he said, that the governor said that you can go all the way up to 11 months, and even after the birth, so it's even when the baby is coming out of her, you can still delete them. So,
That's what he was saying. Yeah.
that's what Trump was saying. So just letting y'all know that.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's what Ralpham just said.
Yeah, play Mama's link.
Oh, it's not. It's an article. It's an article.
Yeah, it's an article.
Yeah, it's an article.
All right, I'll see if I can find the link of her saying it.
Well, the thing is, what is this one? All the ones that have late term abortions. Yeah, that's what it is. It shows by the state. Yeah.
That and the fact
You know,
that Virginia, that and the
What'd
fact
you say?
that Virginia is still the only state that has not altered its late-term abortion rule.
Well, there's 7 with no limit on abortion. I mean, they can have an abortion up to when that baby about to pop out of coochie.
Yep.
Yeah. And
So-
Tom, I put it in the back, sir.
For them to say it doesn't happen and it's not legal, that's bullshit. All right. Let me see. All right, here we go. Let me stop this. This. I was just saying that there is places where Trump doesn't lie. There's a truth in everything someone says.
Obvious that a woman is about to give birth. She has physical signs of that she is about to give a birth. Would that still be a point at which she could request an abortion if she was so certified? She's dilated.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a decision that the doctor, physician, and the woman.
I
would make
understand
at
that. I'm asking
point.
if your bill allows that.
My bill would allow that. Yes.
They arguing about the goddamn.
We begin tonight.
We put words in them niggas' mouth. That's crazy, bro. If one of them is saying they agreeing with this, and the other one is saying they both agreeing with the same thing. It's the states that's going to come up with this. They have no control over this, sir. They both can explain. They both did explain that to everybody on there.
And that's
Keep
what
on skipping
Trump-
over that.
Well,
But
no.
for some reason, we saying something about somebody is telling a lie and this and that. Well, if she's only going from one side and he's going from the other side, they both want to see each other the same way because they both talk about the same thing.
Oh,
What we
gee,
doing here?
We're talking about the moderator said that Trump was lying. That's all I was proving, that Trump wasn't lying. They literally can delete the baby after the motherfucker's born.
How come I can't copy this link or this article for some reason? I can't find the link to copy the article.
I'll send it to you in text. No problem. But no, I mean, I don't
Do
have
you
a
see
problem.
something wrong? Do you see something wrong with both of them with that question, sir? We keep on talking about the moderator, but can we go back to what they was answering? and how they and what they answered and what they was talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how far.
No, no, you don't have to. I'm talking about we all heard it. You don't have to
go
back
ahead
and listen to it. I know exactly where it was.
Okay.
I wrote it down. But what I'm saying is, we're talking about the monitor and what he said and what was true about what it might. And you're right. He lied.
He didn't lie.
Who lied? Who are you saying is lying?
The dude, the moderator dude. I ain't talking about.
Okay.
Well, okay. That's the problem. Okay, that's why I told you I didn't want to come up here, bro. Because this again, y'all. I'm good.
No, we
bro.
didn't know who you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Trump was lying.
Exactly. I always go to that, bro. I'm not going there. I'm only answering.
But we were trying to figure out who you were talking about was lying. That's all. But we don't know unless you tell us.
I told you, bro. I agree with you, Tom. What did you say?
That the
you said you was up here to say that you were showing me that the moderator was lying. I agree with that.
Okay.
But we still came back to who you're talking about.
But you were literally talking about 3 different people in the sentence before. You were talking about their answers and the moderator. I was just trying to clarify, man.
I was just talking about them. I didn't care about him because Tom already explained that what he was doing. And I was telling Tom, why didn't we say anything about them two? Because they only talking about the different time. That's it. That's what I said. I didn't say nothing about the other stuff. I didn't get on one side or the other. I didn't.
No, and I was just asking for clarification. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Then why did you call me and ask me if I seen it? Of course I'm on the internet. What did you? Okay, since you're a flaming Democrat, I want to know
is that Papa Tom?
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, that's all. That's the reason why he answered the phone.
Oh my God! Here we go. Here we go.
Put in their place.
I mean, wasn't none of that. Hey, nigga, be quiet.
I don't think anyone says "Hey, nigger" on the TV. What are you talking about?
We know they don't say it.
Okay.
We know what Trump meant when he did the black ladies when he put that NAACP deal.
It wasn't an NAACP, but okay.
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. But what did you get?
You keep doing this, man. You keep trying to play innocent. You know what I'm talking about. Then you try to flip and make somebody.
I didn't flip anything.
Here we go.
I'm asking you a question. Let me ask you a question.
He's hearing shit that didn't get said.
I can ask you a question. What did you feel about the debate? That's all I want to know. How'd you feel about the debate? That's it.
Oh, how I feel about the debate?
Yeah, that's it.
Tom, you know. You know. Stop it.
You either wake up or be stupid.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know, man. You got to figure it out.
But if you don't want me to flip anything, I would like to get what you think about it. You say I flip everything, but so give me what. So listen, if you don't want me to flip anything, you should tell me exactly how you feel, so I can't flip it.
You and your mama can flip anything.
Oh my God! So in other words, you have nothing to say besides the same thing. You
I really don't. I swear, I just want to see your face, son.
Oh, that's what it is.
I told your mama to call you. You said no.
Yeah.
So I said I'll do it.
Okay. So
she's your favorite kid.
No, I'm her favorite child. We know that. I already know I'm the favorite child. You ain't gotta tell me. Bye, Dad. That's okay. I ain't gotta be your favorite. Bye. Listen, get off my phone. Get off my phone. Bye. Gotta hang up on this nigga sometimes, man. Jeez. So he ain't seen nothing special. I mean, it wasn't nothing special about the whole thing. It was a whole bunch of people not answering questions. for the most part.
Actually, in the beginning, he answered more questions than she did, though.
I will say this: it was a whole bunch of things that they've already said before that they just regurgitated again.
Yeah.
Because everything he said up there, he said at a rally. Everything she said at a rally. It was like they took both of their speeches that they said at rallies, condensed them down, and then asked them questions for them to regurgitate what they've already said elsewhere.
That's why I said the debate was fucking pointless to me. I know you got the undecided portion of America, but I was like, man, for real, they're saying the same shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I when I watched her little takes that they put on the internet for what of things she said and when she was in Georgia, she literally said the same things, and I already know. Damn near, I can go verbatim of what Trump's gonna say. Damn near verbatim. Only thing that was different about what he said today was, doesn't that sound familiar? I'm speaking, or whatever the fuck he said. That's the only thing that was different from anything that he said in the speech.
He didn't get irate. He didn't get outside of himself.
Well, if you listen to ABC, that he did. He was scowling and he was mad, and she got underneath his skin, and I mean,
Yeah, I don't listen to I don't listen to them. No, I think to me, like what I saw, she was the one that was interrupting. She interrupted like 2 or 3 times. She interrupted like 2 or 3 times.
More than that, but we'll go with 2 or 3 times.
Oh, I didn't count all of them. I know I counted 3 for sure though.
She sure didn't know how to conduct her. I will tell you this: if you want to go with people who couldn't conduct themselves, she couldn't conduct herself when the mic wasn't on for her.
Yep, it was her tonight. It was her that lost control, and then she had a lot of scowling face expressions too when he was talking. Whenever he says something that she didn't agree with, or her face got the neck rolling. I mean, her neck got the neck rolling, eyes got the rolling, and face got scowled up. Several times I saw that.
Trump has said that Biden hated her before. This is not the first time he said that. That's not nothing new. Matter of fact, he said that at his last rally. And where was he at? His last rally. God dang it. I'll look it up. Whatever his last rally was, he said it then too. But the other new thing was the people eating cats and pets. That was new. That was new. I didn't think he was gonna go there too early, but
did he say Haitians? Did he say Haitians when he said that?
No, he didn't. He didn't say Haitians at all. No, he didn't. He didn't say Haitians.
Oh, he didn't?
No, he said people eating he said migrants eating people's pets and cats.
Yeah, okay.
He stayed away from the race part, which was smart. But he did speak on it. But yeah. I think it wasn't a waste of time. It was for people to see. Like Beasley said, and so did LA, that this was not for the people that were going to already vote for who they're going to vote for anyway. This is for the independents to decide whether they're going to go for him or not. I don't think there's going to be another debate. Personally, I don't think it's going to be another debate.
No.
No matter what, I mean, you can't. Neither one of it's not good. It's the same old. Like I said, it's regurgitated bullshit, and that's what you got to have when you're doing these campaigns. You got to have your speech down to a pack where you can, off the top of the dome, you can actually regurgitate what you think, what your talking points are. Bro, he killed it. He got some statements out. He didn't pop off and say black job shit, so he didn't step on his dick. I think he achieved his goals. Yeah, you say so. I'm not gonna disagree with you. If it was to come out there and get his statements that he always gets out, absolutely. He said what he's supposed to say. She said what she wanted to say. She wants it a hopeful, joyful experience. She's for the future. He's for the past. I don't know how many times she would say that. I think she said it like 4 times, but neither here nor there. That it's regurgitated bullshit over again.
What I also noticed too is whenever they ask questions about something that they did, and they're like with Russia and Ukraine, or how they left Afghanistan.
She didn't answer that.
she would spend more time talking about Donald Trump rather than actually what they did in Ukraine or the fake or and then another thing I know too, she put herself on the ground in Ukraine before the war broke out, saying that it was her job to deflect to make the war not happen. And she pretty much say she failed at that.
Yes, absolutely. Because Donald Trump, that was one. Yeah, that was something new. She brought that up, and then when the moderator asked her a question about what Donald Trump said, she did not answer that question. Like, I wasn't there. I wasn't in charge of getting that together. So it only leads you to believe that what he said was absolutely correct. If you're not going to answer a blatant statement against you, then it makes you look guilty of what he said.
Yep.
And that happened 3 or 4 times. If you want to get there, if you want to go tit for tat, if you want to break it down, there was a couple statements that he didn't answer that, like the whole, like his questions were on policies that he can't enact, or it's not up to, like he said, there's nothing he can do, nothing she can do, and neither one of them got the votes for that, which was about the abortion shit. Will he veto? Yeah, he could veto it, but I don't think it's going to make its way back up there, because as soon as it does, it's going to get challenged in court, just like it always does. So I don't know, that it was a clear bias on the moderators side, because you can see clearly the questions, his questions were, I wouldn't say they were difficult between them both, but his were a little bit harder than hers. They were going off her feelings because she wouldn't answer the question, and they never say, "Oh, you didn't answer the question."
Oh, the y'all like how he handled the race question?
Yeah, that was funny too. I don't care what she is.
But what was odd though is because he was asked that question with the black news reporters. I think that was in Chicago. I think they said was in Chicago. And I remember watching that interview, and they asked him that question. He answered the question, and then he didn't even make it a race thing. Then he only answered because they asked it to him. And then when they asked him tonight, they asked it like she responded to it like he was making it racial. She actually made it racial tonight. He didn't make it racial at all.
Well, yeah. Well, her long-winded speech was drivel, but he made himself look guilty as fuck, like most white people do when you call them out for racism. He made himself look guilty. Oh, I don't think
he did.
You don't think so?
No, not at all.
No,
I don't.
Me
Dude,
personally,
they were expecting. They were expecting him to go after her race and her sex, and he did not at all.
I don't. Yeah. Why I say he made himself look guilty? Because of the way he answered it.
No, he didn't. Matter of fact, when they asked him the question, he answered directly.
Yeah, he answered the question directly.
I think
question he answered directly. I'll give you that.
No, he actually answered the first question directly too, though. But anyway, but I keep on going on. But yeah, they asked him about the race. He literally tried. I think what he should have did was he should have said, "I'll ask that question in Chicago among black news reporters, maybe," and then I answered the question the way they asked it to me, where they asked, and I answered
that's
it.
pretty much what he said, but
that's all. That's all. I don't know how to make them look bad. He didn't.
No. I said I made him look guilty. The way he threw his hands up on her. I don't care. I don't care about her sex or race. I mean, he got animated. Well, okay, let me put this. He got way more animated during that back and forth than any part in the debate. That was the most he was animated during that question.
I don't think it made him. I don't think it made him look guilty though.
Okay. All right.
I think what she did did way more damage than anything he said on that conversation.
Well, so what do you think about her actions inside that?
Inside that question, that one question,
inside the whole debate. I mean, what was your takeaway from some of the things she said?
Of course, she deflected when she could. She didn't answer any question directly, like we knew she was going to do. anytime she would talk about Trump and his failures when it was about her failures, I felt like she wasn't confident. She showed weakness. She showed how weak the campaign was. I mean, how weak the president and she is, especially with examples like with Russia and Ukraine, and then how they left Afghanistan. Everything she talked about when she thought was a positive, to me, she explained it made them look weak. So I don't think she looked very presidential at all. She made herself look like as if she had to copy everything Biden was going to say and everything Biden was going to do, and she tried to separate herself from Biden, but I don't think she could do a good job of doing it. Her knowledge is limited, so she has to go for a crutch.
I'll agree with you on that one. She couldn't separate.
Well, the one
herself
thing
from him.
Trump should have mentioned was that Putin won't even take Biden's red phone calls.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he should have pushed on that. That there's such a lack of respect for this administration that they won't even talk to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even a story about how Donald Trump shut the bill down about the border. I'm like,
that was
why
weak.
would you?
That was a weak.
Why would you tell that story that an ex-president has more influence over your House and Senate than you do?
Absolutely. That's what
that made you look weak as crap.
That was a weak point for me for her. That was a sorry. Because, like I said, that's something that she brought up on the campaign on multiple occasions, but it makes them look weak. That obviously it's not a good bill if all he has to do is call people in the House or the Senate and kill the whole thing. That means you're not doing nothing what you're supposed to be doing to goddamn get the deal done. Let's say that, because don't forget they still got to do a bill now. So what you're saying is he has more power over what's going on right now in the Senate and in the House.
So it sounds like he should be the president.
And
yeah, he's got more power in the Senate as a former president than she does as the president of the Senate.
Yeah,
that's a bad look.
Yeah,
terrible look.
And the fact that we don't have they even seen Biden in the last 2 weeks? Has he made it
at the beach 2 weeks ago?
Jeez,
they showed a video of him at the beach like 2 weeks ago.
Sheesh. Conshani, I think Trump has stronger platform through and through, but chooses to get in the sandbox on petty terms instead. I agree with you on that one. I really did read the article about Biden and Kamala having beef. Maybe she was mad that he wouldn't give her the meaningful projects or something. Maybe. I'm not disagreeing with you. That was true. That came out more than once. Yeah.
2 weeks before the election, all the pundits were talking about how
bad she was
bringing down the campaign.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
That was
and magically in 2 weeks she became the best super candidate.
Yeah, the best thing since sliced bread. Trust not your lying eye. That's a fact. Biden bot. I don't understand how we can still say that Joe Biden is running. They can still say Joe Biden is running the country when we haven't seen. I literally haven't seen him make an appearance on any talk. It doesn't have to be a talk show, at any press conference or anything. Just to say hi, motherfucker. I'm still here. I'm not dead. You kicked him off the campaign trail less than 2 months ago. And since he's been kicked off the campaign trail, he has nothing else to do. Like, dude, you still are in charge of the country. This is amazing. I've never seen no shit like this before in my life.
Well, and Trump should have asked her why she propped up a guy who was so completely incompetent to hold office.
Oh,
yeah. And told the American people that he was just fine.
Oh yeah, another problem she made it for herself too, but I'm not sure they're gonna pick up on it though. I'm not sure they're gonna deal with it. They talked about the tariff that Donald Trump had in place that was terrible for the country, but then for the first 3.5 years of their presidency, they left the tariffs in. I know they're still there, correct? Yeah, but they're trying to use it against him. But like, why are you still? She didn't answer that. She didn't answer that question. She didn't deal with that. She didn't deal with that a good way at all.
She skipped by all the hard questions that had anything to do with the economy and their actions toward Donald Trump's policies.
Well, and Trump needs to talk about, as far as these tariffs go, tariffs are the start of a negotiation for a trade deal.
Yeah.
That's literally how he used them. And he needs to push that point across.
That's how he got rid of
you
NAFTA.
start the discussion.
Yeah, that's how he got rid of NAFTA, because you remember how much he said he was going to charge Mexicans for doing anything, especially when GM went over there and you had Toyota go over there to build parts and send them back to them. And said, well, for every part that you send across, we're going to tax you on.
Yep.
So
the other thing he needs to talk about is getting these Mexican truckers out of the country.
I didn't know that there were so many. To my dad told me there was a lot of Mexican truck drivers out here.
Well,
I was
they
like,
used
"Wow,
to
I
have
didn't
to
think
come
so."
across the border, put their shit in a yard, and trade loads with American truckers.
Yeah. No,
Now
my
they're
dad
just letting
told-
them ride the roads. And have you seen those trucks? They're horrible. I mean, dude, the only other place I've seen trucks this bad was Kuwait. When, like, literally the double wheels on the back, only one of them is touching the ground because the other one's so worn out.
Yeah. Oh man, let's see what else. I mean, I think I'm not gonna say any debate is just terribly bad, because you can learn something from each debate. But that one was just more of the same old, same old. I wish that there were better questions, because the questions are asked were there's nothing that's going to push the country forward in any way.
Well, and they were all for her to address why, that she hasn't done interviews or laid her policies out yet. They were all just making up for her, trying to make up for her weak points.
I didn't.
I've never seen a more biased moderator panel.
Yeah,
And
I mean, they didn't even fact check none
Even
of the
Hillary
shit she
Clinton
did.
debate was not that bad.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's gonna be another debate, because it'll be pointless debate now, because you're not. Well, if they said, because they said the next one was supposed to be on Fox, but my thing is it's not gonna be there because they're not gonna have someone, because Fox don't do the bias shit, which is weird to me because everyone else does it. That's why I say I can't watch Fox. I can't watch. Hard to watch these places now because I used to be an avid watcher. So to do it now, to even look at half the shit they're saying, it's like you fuck everyone over. It's just everyone is for the Democrat Party, no matter what channel it is. Yeah, Fox is even for the Democrat Party.
Well, I ain't watched Fox since they called the debate the presidency early, like way too early.
Absolutely, I'm with you on that. That shit was crazy, and it is what it is. We got better news sources on the internet, on fucking YouTube than they are. So
yeah,
but all in all, it wasn't too bad. I think they focused on the same thing that they focused on at their damn rallies. CIA control questions. CIA. Okay. Will you stand down if you lose? I was surprised they didn't ask that stupid shit. I was surprised that they didn't ask that. Will you turn over? Will it be a peaceful transition of power? I'm surprised that wasn't asked. I was waiting on that one.
Well, yeah, but who would the transition be? If it was going to be violent, it would be.
That's why I think they didn't ask that question, because it'll look bad on her.
Yeah.
So
they kind of did, but she obfuscated the question again.
Well, the direct questions that they asked her, she did not answer.
No.
She did. I mean,
I would.
OG said she answered them. I'm just like, I didn't see an answer. I didn't hear an answer. Maybe I'm gonna go back tomorrow while I'm at work.
Don't do that.
Huh?
I said, don't do that.
You did say she answered a couple questions. I didn't hear her answer a question. That's why I said I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna watch it again.
Really?
Especially the questions that were directed, because you did say they didn't answer any questions, but you did say she answered the question on abortion. I just want to see if she really did.
The first 4 questions, I think it went 2 and 2. I think the first one went to her. No, the first one went. Yeah, the first one went to him. I'm saying it was on what would you do with the economy. So it was on her. First one went to her. I think the next 2 went to Donald Trump, and I think the 4th one went to her.
I will say he talked more than she did.
With the first 2 questions that went to him, Donald Trump gave an answer to what was actually for him.
Okay.
She, on her first 2 questions, she most definitely deflected. I was shocked that Donald Trump even gave an answer. I can't remember what his answer was exactly right now, but I remember listening to it. He actually gave an answer to the economic question. He addressed her rebuttal, and then he actually gave an answer. Then he actually gave an answer to the question. And then the question that went directly to him, he actually gave an answer to the question. I can't remember exactly what it was now, but I remember putting in my notes that he did actually answer it.
Yeah.
But the first 2, I don't remember her saying anything that dealt with the question.
Yeah, that was one that she didn't answer too. She didn't answer that one either. That one's that's for damn sure. And no, was she and Joe responsible? She didn't answer that one. I don't know why. That was an easy one to answer.
Which one?
That was an easy one to answer. The one on the screen.
I can't see that.
Was she responsible? Was she responsible and Joe Biden for pulling out of Afghanistan? That was something. I mean, and getting the soldiers pretty much executed. She didn't answer that. She just went right around that.
Yeah. Well, no, she said she agreed with Biden's decisions.
Yeah, well, that wasn't the question that was asked. That wasn't the question.
Matter of fact, one of the questions that was, what would you do different?
Which we know would be nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
but Trump should have pushed on how many U.S. civilians got left over there by the State Department.
There's a lot of ways he could. I think his prep for this one was not good at all.
No, I don't think he prepped at all for this one.
I don't think so either.
I think his prep was more so stay calm, don't attack. She's a woman. Don't make her look weak. Don't make her look like you're trying to abuse her. Just play sympathetic to the crowd. That's what they try to do without appearing weak.
Yeah. Well, he did a good job maintaining his composure as far as not rebutting her the whole time and coming down. I mean, not coming down on her, but actually trying to go back and forth with her. He did a good job there. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
He kept his composure for the majority of it. Even if they didn't ask him a question, he didn't make eye contact with her. He didn't look at her. He didn't say nothing. She did all of the gestures and the eye rolls and the that's not true. That's not true. I mean, I don't know how many times you hear her fucking talking more than he was while he was answering the question. That's why he said it sounds familiar, right? So I'll give him that. He did hold his composure a little bit more than she. Oh, I know he did. Way more than she.
Way more measured. Way more measured.
And that's all they were talking about.
What'd you say, Mama?
Newsfeed is saying she shut him down. He lost.
Yeah, well, it depends
but
on
we
who you
knew that.
watching.
But we knew that's what they were going to say.
Like I said, like I said before the thing started, the bar is so low for her.
Yeah.
As long as she doesn't fucking screw the pooch and say something absolutely stupid, they're gonna say she's won it. I mean, none. Okay, I'm not gonna repeat the stupid shit again. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
But again, for the most part, neither one of them answer questions.
Nope.
I'm gonna say that for sure. Neither one of the motherfuckers answer questions. They answered what they wanted to say.
Go back and watch it. Go back and watch it again.
I am. I'm gonna do it tomorrow morning.
I actually think Donald Trump answered way more questions than I thought he was going to answer. Now I'm gonna watch it again too, but I think he did a better job than we should expect him to do as far as answering questions.
I will say this: I did like the whole format of letting it go long and having one commercial or two commercial versus having a commercial like they did on what was the last one? I think it was CNN. They had what 6 commercials. This one was way better. I'll give ABC that, or it was on. They did a good job there. Letting it go long form versus I need to cut it up and make get the commercial out the way. It should have been commercial free, but I understand why they did the way they did it. To me, it made more sense. Now, if they would have had better moderators up there who wasn't trying to fight against Trump, we'd have been all right.
That ain't gonna happen either.
Yeah.
They seem to shut both of them down when they went over their time. When they getting close to their time, I would give them that. They did shut both of them down.
Yeah. And again, okay, they did give both sides an opportunity to rebuttal. She just didn't take as much time to rebut as he. I mean, not take too much time, but she didn't rebut half the shit that he rebutted until she started looking bad. And then she said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and go now."
And she would try to rebut while he was talking. She did a lot of that.
Absolutely. All right. Well, other than that, I guess we can. I want to review this shit, but I don't want to review the long form. I'm gonna probably make some fucking what do you call it? Not drops, but what do you call it? Shit, markers, so I can go back to it. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, and then we can review some of it. But I got lies. Technically, they both answer the question. Was my point? Please listen. Oh my god. OG getting on my goddamn nerves. I'm about to put him in the back of the bus.
No, because it's true, nigga. My father, you niggas can't listen. That never said one time, nigga. I just technically, if you want to go there, like y'all been saying this whole time, they answered the goddamn. Did not one of them say, "Oh no, skip that." And if you heard that anytime in there, pay me $20.
Now, what did I say? I said they answered the question that they wanted to answer.
OG
they didn't
said
answer the
that
question.
no, technically OG said, nigga, that what OG said, which was technically they answered the question that was presented, even though the question was stupid, sometimes retarded, and all this other stuff that you want to say. It was answered in whatever way that, even if they didn't answer the way that we wanted to hear, even if they didn't talk, they still technically answered it. That was my whole point.
Okay. Well, that's pretty much the same thing I said. They answered the question that they wanted to answer. They didn't answer the question that was asked of them. That's what I said.
I disagree with you, sir. I just said what I said.
No, you didn't. Okay.
We're inferring again. Okay.
You want to fight? Huh? I'm gonna put your ass in
I told you, bro. I'm gonna take you past the 10-yard line.
Oh man. Yeah. That it was a good debate, if that's what you're looking for. It wasn't for me. I much prefer. I want to see some more jabs. I want to see him call her a fat pig, a dumb bitch, something like that. I wanted to see something crucial. That's what I wanted to see. I think that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see some debaucherous shit. I think that would have made it a lot better. Like, even when he went up against, what is that whole name? Hillary Clinton. It was way more, pizzazz.
Hillary can throw a punch and take a punch. She can't.
I guess. I want to see some pizzazz. He's getting too comfortable in being a politician, if that makes sense. Yeah, he's too comfortable being a politician in my eyes. And I'm running for what am I running for down here? I'm running for office down here. I don't know what office position yet in 2026. But I'm gonna run for office just for shits and giggles. And
Mayor.
I don't want to run for mayor because they won't vote for me because I'll be calling all these niggas out here. Yeah. I'll be calling these white people niggas too. Yeah, you a nigga too.
That's what they is, sir.
Let OG come up here. Hey, this is my This is my spokesperson to tell all you niggas because America's niggas.
I don't do politics.
Yes, you do. You're gonna be up there.
No, I won't. You ain't got enough money to pay me, sir.
Sir, I said you're gonna be my spokesperson, sir.
I can't do that. You know I can't speak.
Yes, you can.
I say chat clack and they gonna be like, what does that mean? That's not even a word. I'm like, oh yeah, he done lost his.
The thing about that is you in Florida. They make up words as they go along. It don't even matter.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be good for you. You
Yeah, it don't matter.
Speak formal.
We over there. We just over there to create. We over there to create controversy.
No, I ain't trying to do that. You know, I don't do that. I got an AP card now. I can't do that.
Oh my god! You see this shit? Mayo. This motherfucker want to use his goddamn AARP card now.
Hey, I got it. Yep. And I'm just saying, I got it. I can't do all that no more.
I told you he didn't send that bitch back.
I can't do all that no more. I gotta be better.
Yeah. God dang, man. Oh, you know you old when a whole bunch of black men get together and talk about kids. Man, these kids is something else. They some dumb motherfuckers. That's when you know you old. When all 7 coaches talk about kids. Oh, that's crazy. Woo. That's the ARP for sure. But it was Mayo. It was like get off my fucking lawn. It was that type of meeting.
With an M1 Garand.
I'm telling you. Man, my bad. Hey, we up out of here. Well, I don't know because I know we gonna practice longer tomorrow. I don't know. I'm gonna try to have a show tomorrow. Don't hold me to it. But I will say we're gonna have a show tomorrow. For the most part, if I get out of coaching quick enough. But we're gonna have to run some things through. So other than that, we start off at 8:30. Like, you know, it is what it is. And then Thursday for damn show. I don't know. It's gonna be a late one again. So other than that, guys, we'll see y'all guys tomorrow. If anything, I'll do a 45-minute spot. I always wear khakis to the games. Not to practice, but games. I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll do it probably 8:30. And Thursday probably gonna be 9 o'clock. 8:30, 9 o'clock too. So other than that, we'll see y'all. Conspiracy Wednesdays. If you can find a conspiracy con, please bring it to the forefront. Because they're no longer conspiracies anymore. They're all truths. So if you want to get, I don't even know what old one to bring up anymore. I can't bring up any more old ones. They getting redundant in my head. Yeah. We up out of here. See y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Peace.
Peace.